Hi, and welcome to the Ada K Show. I am Ada K. Brown, and am currently a criminal justice major, and I'm a deaf courtroom commentator. Grab a cup of Java, and let's dive in. Good morning, everybody. How are you doing? Blessed things. Yes, I hopped in early because we have Karen Reed documents to read through. And I am doing okay. I think I know what's wrong with my foot, and it's not going to be nice. I have a boo-boo. Anyway, so tomorrow at 3:30, or I'll leave here at 2:30. I have a doctor's appointment to be seen to take care of my foot, so we'll have a mobile live at that point. Good morning, all my court junkies. We love you. Good morning, June. One sunny day. Good morning. But I always sing the song, "Oh, sunny day." Okay. I'm going to do this every day. Some of us love it. If it's not your cup of tea, just listen anyway. Isn't that beautiful? This artist did 100 cards, hand painted, watercolored actually, of these angels. And on this card, which is perfect for me today, do not be anxious for anything, but in every I got to get reading lips on. Don't be anxious about anything, but in every situation, by prayer and petition with thanksgiving, present your requests to God. Philippians 4:6. I say that a lot. I woke up a little anxious today. Not anxious anymore. Someone said the right words. But, oh, y'all pray for my feet. So, this morning, I have my cup of coffee. Actually, my second cup. And we have Karen Reed. So we are going to get it up there. Good morning, Dawn. Good morning to you. Good morning to you. And everything I'm saying is being captioning on my phone, and I'm having to delete it. Okay, I'm live. I'm up and working. Yes, I'm talking to someone. So the one thing about this document, these documents, is that we learned is everybody's going crazy. We have the defense wants. Why will not? Oh, I'll have to do it that way. The defense wants the prosecution's witnesses to be sequestered before and after they testify, and the defense is saying no to some of them. No to some of them. And I'm like, Why do you have the right to decide who does and who doesn't? Yes, these are new cheaters. They're great for they're bigger. I'm waiting for my repair on my glasses to come in. So, Karen Reed, let's get to reading about Miss Reed. We started this yesterday. We're going to start it all over again. By the way, what is that? Oh, grammarly, whatever those AI grammar programs gives this document a 45 in a grade. Oh, well, here we go. Do I have my reading voice? Okay, we're ready to go. Karen Reed, Commonwealth motion in to preclude the defendant from raising a third-party corporate defense. We read a lot of this, but we're going to zoom down to here. After 3 years, the defendant has yet to provide any evidence as to whom they suggest the third-party culprit responsible for the victim's death, or any evidence of alternative circumstances that would have caused the victim's death. It's not her job to, boo. She's not required to by law, but she can say somebody else did it. She can say, I didn't do it, somebody else did it. She can do that. The absence of evidentiary basis to support a third-party culprit defense was cleared before the start of the first trial. Oh, okay. We're getting a little behind the scenes now. Excuse my nose, it's running. To accept the defense third-party culprit defense, the court would have to find the defendant demonstrated that the act of another person was so clearly connected in point of time and method of operation as to cast doubt upon the identification of the defendant as the person who committed the crime. Commonwealth versus Conkey, Commonwealth versus Hunter. No evidence must have no evidence. Well, it says evidence. So evidence must have a rational tendency to prove the issue raised and cannot be remote or speculative. The defense would have to provide evidence, substantial relative value, and opportunity to commit not only redrum, but vehicular manslaughter after causing death. The rise of a third-party culprit defense is to one charge that is closely intertwined with the other charges, would pose a real threat of prejudice by the attention to wholly collateral matters involving a person not on trial. Okay. Excluding third-party culprit evidence where testimony was consistent between the proffered culprit and others witnessed, including police EMTs who arrived on scene, and the defendant argues that culprit could have fabricated a story to implicate defendant's strange credibility and was entirely speculative. The defendant's right to present a third-party culprit defense is not absolute. Oh my gosh. I can't read that. Admission of feeble third-party culprit evidence poses a risk of unfair prejudice to the Commonwealth. Because it is inevitably diverts jurors' attention away from the defendant on trial onto the third party, essentially requires the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the third party culprit did not commit the reasonable doubt that the third party culprit did not commit the crime. Additionally, hearsay Allergies are working today. The defendant's ability to mount a third-party culprit defense is not without limits. Additionally, hearsay offered for the truth of the I'll say fact, asserted that the third party is the true culprit, and no, not within. I can't even make that out. Only if the judge, it's at the judge's discretion, and they must convince relevance. I'm really struggling with these. Will not tend to prejudice or blank time jury. Is there any way to get these that they're not messed up, and that there are other substantial connecting links of the crime? Oh, when I open them, they don't give me a choice of any other program to open with. I'll have to figure that out. Excluding the third party culprit, bunch of weird garbage. Evidence that the victim was nervous around individuals who criminal record and evidence one was initially a suspect in the police investigation, as evidence was speculative and remote. Defendant's proper that victim was shot by an unnamed rival drug dealer and was nothing more than a rank speculation. What? That's news to me, y'all. Evidence individual was banging on the victim's apartment door, and the day this is something else. This is a proffer. We're going to skip that. That's a case site. The court has discretion to rule in advance of trial whether the defendant has made an adequate showing that potential culprit were connected to the crime. Commonwealth versus Buckman. The defendant must provide advance warning to the court before offering a third-party evidence or argument C. At trial, judge's determination of relevancy will not be set aside absent an abuse of discretion. The defendant has yet to make a proffer of substantial garbled that any other individual is capable or liable for her claims. Something that previously set forth by the defendant in pretrial motions contained only vague inferences, rank speculation, and scant details of if anyone had a motive, intent, and opportunity to kill the victim. May help me if I don't hear myself so much in this because I'm screaming in my ears. A third-party referee is simply a defense tactic to unjustly prejudice the Commonwealth and confuses the jury. The trial tactic is like any other, limited by the principles of the evidence must be relevant. If the defense offers its own theory of the case beyond merely putting government to its proof, the evidence must be rational tendency to prove the issue the defense raises. The evidence cannot be too remote or speculative. How many times do you have to say the same thing? So, for the foregoing reasons, the defendant should be precluded from alleging that any other individual is capable for the victim's death and that there is no relevant substantially probative evidence to the jury the admission of such speculation claim. Furthermore, despite the court's previous order denying the defendant's request to raise a third-party culprit defense, Why are they bringing in the last trial when the judge has made it very clear this is a whole new trial? What is done in this trial may not be done, may not be the same as last trial. So why are you, Brennan and Morrissey, bringing up? Well, you did this last trial. Well, you did this last trial. Well, you did this last trial. Guess what? This is a whole new trial. You're a whole new prosecutor. There's a whole new attorney. Boo. Get over it. Furthermore, despite the court's previous denying of the defendant's request to raise a third-party culprit defense, during the defense opening statement at the first trial, Attorney Yannetti was permitted to declare a third separate time Karen Reed was framed. Should the court preclude the defendant from raising a third-party culprit defense, the defense counsel should be ordered to conform to their argument to the court's order of the court. Brennan, you really remind me of a little kid having a freaking temper tantrum. That's what you remind me of. This is just getting to be a little bit redundant here. And what did I do with it? There it is. Let me embiggen. Okay, here's another defendant's motion. This is the defendant's motion. It's 11 pages, and the other one's 23. So the ones I saved, well, they were in order by number, were saved to the end. So the defendant's motion in 70 excludes false and irrelevant statements. Michael Proctor. Now comes the defendant, Karen Reed, Miss Reed, and it respectfully moves this honorable court in limine to exclude any references at trial, false personal assertions made by State Trooper Michael Proctor. Attorney David R. Yannetti included but not limited to Proctor's false allegations that Mr. Yannetti purportedly parked in the parking lot of a school in order to gas Trooper Proctor's sister. What? We'll figure it out. There are 81. I can't. It won't do it. Dagnabbit. Here we go. During the first trial of this matter, Trooper Proctor falsely claimed that Yannetti had gone to the parking lot of a school where Trooper Proctor was allegedly employed. 1. Refused to leave the school parking lot when confronted by a teacher. Okay, here we go. School Cromley Proctor was allegedly employed, refusing to leave the school parking lot when confronted by a teacher. And 2, upon being confronted by said teacher, he then asked Courtney Proctor, okay, it is Courtney Proctor, whereabouts, and asked whether she was working at the school. This is Courtney Proctor. This is the daughter of Trooper Proctor. Both assertions are false and demonstrated by the police report at the Canton PD, Eric something, dated on June 12 of 24, attached hereto as Exhibit A. See the affidavit of David Yannetti in support of this motion. Factual background. Miss Reed's accused of the following. We already know that. On June 10th, Trooper Proctor testified as witness in the Commonwealth in Miss Reed's first trial. On direct examination, he testified that while the investigation of Miss Reed was ongoing, he sent text messages to other members of the Massachusetts State Police about David Yannetti. Now we know where we're going. I hate that man. Hate that man. On redirect, which occurred on June. Oh, guys, I'm going to sneeze again. I may have to. I'll do it this way. We'll put it back. On direct, which occurred June 12th of 2024, Trooper Proctor asked to clarify why he disliked Giannetti. During his response, Trooper Proctor falsely saying that Mr. Yeti had gone to the parking lot of the school where Trooper Proctor's sister worked the day before in order to harass her. June 12th, 2024. Trooper Proctor falsely claimed, apparently referencing rank and false hearsay, that Trooper Proctor did not claim to have been present when Mr. Yannetti was there. Mr. Yannetti had asked to leave the parking lot but refused. Trooper Proctor also falsely alleged that Mr. Yannetti asked someone at the school if Michael Proctor's sister was working. That, I guess, testified that currently through she was being served, although she was being served. Well, thought that she was being served, although there was no evidence of Courtney Proctor ever saw Mr. Yannetti that day. And at this point in the testimony, the defense counsel objected to the court's request that the counsel approach the sidebar. Sidebar. After consulting with the counsel, the court correctly concluded that Trooper Proctor's testimony was stricken from the record, insinuated to the jury disregarding the testimony. After the first trial ended in a mistrial, defense counsel received department indictment report that was filed in relation to Mr. Yannetti parking lot on June 11th, 2024. The incident reported directly contradicts every one of Trooper Proctor's testimony on the June 12th, 24, and shows that Trooper Proctor made false statements under oath. But notably, the report was not provided to the defense during trial when the defense could have used that information further to impeach Trooper Proctor's credibility. Hi, David. How are you? Thank you for joining, Don. In the indictment report directly contradicts every Trooper Proctor's testimony on June 12th that shows that Trooper Proctor's false statement under oath. The incident report states that the principal school this is interesting because she says something different regarding Mrs. Giannetti should be of Canton police in the school. Something false allegations were made completely by JFK Elementary made him aware that day. See exhibit. Is that part of that up there? Okay. So Kirknick, I think, is the name of the person. The school contacted police officer Kirknick. I'm going to guess the school resource officer, and Mr. Yannetti and Brian Longrun had been in the school parking lot at 1. The principal informed patrol officer so-and-so chat Mr. Yannetti not approaching the school students and staff. So he was not approaching anyone, and that she only wanted to make patrolman whatever K aware in the event that things escalated or school media or hit social media. Patrolman K responded to the school to the and others unknown word and others at the school detailed that it was reported that neither individual ever approached a school student or member. Patrolman K observed Mr. Yannetti and Mr. L and 2 individuals pull up to the parking lot, talk to 5 something minutes, and leave the parking lot in their separate cars. Patrolman K wrote that none of the 4 ever pointed at something school staff or student. Mr. Trooper Proctor claimed Mr. Yannetti refused to leave and inquire about Courtney Proctor were all completely fabricated during his sworn testimony. I don't understand why these documents look like this, guys. I'm really getting frustrated. Hi, Gerald. Trooper Proctor should be disallowed from making these types of inflammatory accusations. Mr. Yannetti and at Miss Reed's trial. Any evidence related to Mr. Yetti's presence at the school parking lot must be excluded. Do you know what? He could have had another reason to be there. He could have another client there. She wasn't the only client at that time, and I'm sure is still not. Along with the false accusations, Mr. Yannetti harassed or intimidated Courtney Proctor or other members of the Proctor family. Trooper Proctor's previous testimony and statement regarding Mr. Yannetti's presence in the parking lot are completely irrelevant to the issue presented at trial, and there is no probative value to the fact that Mr. Yannetti appeared in a parking lot to permissibly and appropriately prepare witnesses to testify. As set forth here in the evidence must be excluded. And great, we're going to have more of this scrambled junk. It's a day already. Argument. Okay. Hi, Boo. Gerald is calling me Boo. Yeah, I know, right? Evidence of David Yannetti's, I guess, reference in the school parking lot lacks any probative, therefore is inadmissible. When I open these documents, what number are we on? 91? Open file. Why is this one clean? Okay. We are getting rid of that other said file. And we are going to share this one. Stop screen. Hey, Miss Diane. I see you, love. Hold your Moses. Hold your poses. There you go, beloved.
Honey, I've been waving at you for the last 10 minutes.
I don't hear you. You have no voice.
Well, I don't can't help that.
Isa no sa, here's sa you sa.
I hear you.
Jaja Binks, man.
My
I'm
baby.
giving her Jaja Binks.
Give me banks. I can only
Giving her
be.
Jaja Binks. Come
When
on.
you get, I can only be here until about 12:20.
Oh, dude, don't do that.
Yeah, that's the way it is. And
There we go.
then
My problem is now how do I get this over?
I don't know.
Not cooperating.
I don't know.
It's not cooperating.
I don't know. I don't know.
There we go. We're going to go there. We're going to embiggen. And then I got to go over here and make a move. I got to change this just a little.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah.
Yay! Yay! We got a clean copy. Oh my God! We got a clean one. No more stretching, y'all.
That make you happy?
Dyslexic and trying to read that at the same time.
Yeah.
Okay, Miss Diane.
Yes.
Can't hear you. Oh,
I don't know why.
try it again.
Why? I don't know why.
Haven't I heard from you? Oh, why? Why can't I get my hair to do that on top? But anyway, another time.
Well, you really don't want to know. If I do any fast head movements, it's coming down, y'all. And I'm going to look like some of them people in the movie Call. If y'all want to see a movie that you're going to go, just watch it. It's funny as heck. It's called Call.
All right, I'm reading a document. How long are you free for?
I'm here till about 12:20, so you don't have me for long. But then I'll be back right after 2:30, and then I'm here until 5. Give me a second, and I'll tell you. 5:20.
Thank you, Jesse.
5:30, 5:15.
Gerald, if you hit the thumbs up button on this live and you type the words I liked, like Jesse did, you'll be entered into the drawing.
All right.
Factual background. This will help. I'm sorry these glasses little much, but I can see better out of them. They're the cheap dollar store till I get my real ones back.
What'd you do with it?
The whole nose piece fell off, and
Oh,
so the glasses are bifocal, and you've gotta have them just right or everything's out of focus.
oh, I
Okay,
know.
Reed is accused of the following crime. We don't need to go through that. We done this. Argument. Evidence of David Yarnetti presence at the school parking lot lacks. Okay, we went through that.
Edit. I gotta give myself edit. Give myself
Okay.
12.
Court must exclude any mention of Trooper Proctor false allegations of Mr. Yeti went to the parking lot of the school where his sister works in order to harass her. Motion eliminate. You can read along, right? Motion eliminate concerning the introduction or exclusion. Purportedly, have fun, Diane. Relevant evidence are proper made and considered before and during trial
Maybe I'll put
in
that.
advance of evidence being offered. Woo-hoo. Yep. Commonwealth versus Spencer. The purpose of a motion in limine is to prevent irrelevant, inadmissible, or prejudicial. Why can't I say the one with the word L on it? Hold on, I muted you. Say it again.
Prejudicial.
I have a problem with prejudicial. I struggle with it. That's a dyslexic word. Okay. Prejudicial matter from being admitted in evidence. That is a good description of motion in limine. If you didn't know what motion in limine is, that's it. And in granting such motion, the judge has a discretion similar to that which she or he has when deciding whether to admit or exclude evidence. Relevant evidence has any tendency to make a fact more or less probable. Mass or evidence blank. Importantly, the fact that the evidence makes more or less probable must be of a consequence in determining the action. Whether Mr. Yannetti was in the parking lot of the school where Courtney Proctor allegedly worked is of no consequence in determining whether Miss Reed is guilty or not guilty of the charges against her. The evidence has no probative value. How do you sign probative value? Has no probative value. I would do important value. Probative value as to the event, the night Mr. O'Keefe death, or any fact that would be of consequence in determining Miss Reed's guilt, because the evidence, and your hands are out a window, is completely irrelevant to any consequential fact of the case. The evidence must be excluded as irrelevant and non-admissible. I wish I could make this bigger, Boo, but I can't. The proffered false allegation is inflammatory and I can't say it this morning.
They're inflammatory and reduce. That's all it says.
Why am I struggling so much with that word all the time?
I can read and you can sign.
No, not this morning, but love.
Okay.
Say it again for me.
Reduce.
No, prejudicial.
Prejudicial.
Prejudicial. I'll get it, y'all. And is therefore inadmissible. Some words just are very hard. The court must exclude proffered false allegations because, in addition to complete lack of probative value, Mr. Yeti's presence in a parking lot to prepare a witness is false allegation and or inflammatory, unfair, prejudicial, and would be used confuse the issue in this case.
Need to write down the words. Give me a second.
Okay. Demands if she had no trespass warning. That's a good point. Oh, you are so good, Gerald. Depends if there was no trespass. And guess what? There was no trespass. No. Happy Thursday, everybody.
It's
We have
Wednesday,
video
darling.
watch. It's not Thursday.
It's
Wednesday.
Wednesday.
I'm sorry. That was yesterday's comment. Why is it now?
I wish it was Thursday.
I do too, because I'm ready for the doctor to see this foot. I'm barely walking on it.
What's wrong with your foot?
I thought I had plantar fasciitis, but now it's getting hard. It wraps around. It goes from the top and kind of wraps around to here. It's not back here. And it's getting hard and it's getting red streaks. I think it's a blood clot.
That's not fun.
Nope.
All right, let's go.
I got to figure out where I was, madam.
We were doing this with
Potentially clearly falsely accused right there. That's where I'm at.
Yeah.
Committee note. Through his testimony, Trooper Proctor essentially and clearly falsely accused Mr. Yannetti, Mr. Y works, of purposefully harassing Courtney Proctor at her place of work. Just a person's presence in the vicinity of another person does not execute harassment. Learn that in this world. This accusation is inflammatory, which is likely the reason that Trooper Proctor unethically injected it into this trial in the first place. And could lead the jury to harbor some animosity against Reed based on their emotions towards Mr. Yannetti and the defense team, rather than focusing on the relevant material evidence. Additionally, Trooper Proctor accusations are baseless, and false, making their admission even more unfairly prejudicial to Miss Reed, giving Trooper Proctor's lack of firsthand knowledge regarding the false allegation that he purposefully and recklessly tried to put in front of the jury. There are only 3 explanations for this testimony. 1, someone lied to him about what occurred in the parking lot of June 11th, not the 12th that he testified to, and he testified to it without doing any further investigation to find out if it was true. 2, Trooper Proctor somehow misunderstood what was being told to him. He never sought to clarify the information before testifying under oath. Or 3, and I shouldn't have clicked off. I did. Trooper Proctor blatantly lied about what occurred in desperate attempt to take the attention away from his egregious conduct in conducting a manipulating this investigation to get results he sought. Justice be damned. How do you sign justice be damned? Okay. The defense had its speculation about which explanation makes the most sense. But whatever the reason, his testimony was false, misleading. Diane, have you read later today. But this is just like, misleading and speaks poorly to Trooper Proctor's ethics.
It's falling down. It's falling down. That's all right.
Okay, ethics in investigatory skills. If allowed to testify at the retrial about this fictitious interpretation of the what occurred in the parking lot on June 11th, my note, not the 12th, there would arise significant danger that admission of evidence would unfairly prejudice Miss Reed. Admission of this evidence also confused the issue in the case. The question for the juror in this case is whether Miss Reed is guilty or not guilty of the charges listed earlier in this motion. The presence of one of Miss Reed's attorney in a parking lot of a school in order to do his job as a lawyer, i.e., prepare a witness to testify, is not at issue in this trial. Admission of this evidence would improperly distract the jury from deciding the questions and the fact that are an issue in this case. Signed, sealed, delivered. All attorneys decide an affidavit. Private comments.
Well, darling, I'm done. I got to go back. Short and
You
sweet.
kept saying, let me in, let me in. I was dealing with a conversion paper issue.
Sorry.
I can do this, but I don't have a third arm.
I was going, let me in, little redhead.
Let me in. Instead
All
of
right,
plugging.
love you. I'll see you at about 2:35. That was my alarm saying, let me go. Got to go.
All right, babe. Bye, love.
See y'all later.
As always, she looks beautiful, doesn't she? So what do y'all think about that? I agree in the sense that, well, why can't I get everything else up? Oh, I got to show y'all this. Well, no, I can't. I can't because of music. I'm looking at everything. Okay, we have the last embiggened document of this trial, y'all. We have the last embiggened document of this, not in the trial, but of this thing. Okay, guys, let me get this one situated. There we go. And see, I have to cover my well, no, I don't. I can just move it over here. That'll work. That'll work. Ah, I figured something out. Okay, defendant's motion eliminated to allow evidence of lack of bias. Oh, okay. Here we go. Now comes the defendant, Karen Reed. Miss Reed respectfully moves as honorable court in limine to allow during her retrial reference to the fact that it was the U.S. Attorney's Office that initially hired employees of ARCA LLC. Namely, this is going to be good. Namely, Daniel Wolf, PhD, and Andrew Rinschler, and not the defense who commissioned these witnesses to perform the tests and analysis of evidence relevant in the matter. Let's read that again. This is deep. To allow during her retrial reference to the fact that the U.S. Attorney's Office that initially hired the employees, not the defense who commissioned these witnesses to perform tests. So they're trying to find a way to make it very clear that the defense did not hire them to perform the test and analysis of the evidence relative in this matter only they've hired them to witness in this case. Big difference. As grounds, therefore, Ms. Reed states that their relevance in the U.S. Attorney's Office and not by the defense bears directly on the credibility and rebutes any contention by the Commonwealth of bias, will avoid causing the jury to unfairly speculate about the origins of the involvement or otherwise prejudice Mrs. Reed's counsel right to due process and fair trial. U.S. Constitution Amendment 614, Massachusetts Declaration of Rights, Article 12, and is relevant and material evidence. Factual background. On day 31 of Miss Reed's trial, June 24th of 2024, both Daniel Wolf, PhD, and Andrew Rinschler, PhD, testified. See transcript, section. Both Dr. Wolf and Rinschler stated that they were neither hired by the defense nor the Commonwealth. In fact, these two employees of ARCA explicitly articulated that they did not have contact with the defense or the Commonwealth regarding the specifics of their testing. They did not consult with the defense or Commonwealth. And Dr. Wolf himself clearly noted that ARCA employees were hired by another agency not connected in any way to the defense. See ID.line.whatever. The particular agency was left for the jury to speculate about, and at least one member did. Affidavit admitted. The independence of the ARCA employees, specifically David Wolf, PhD, and Andrew Rinschler, PhD. If I'm butchering that, Andrew, I am so sorry. Was reaffirmed during the motion hearing ahead of Miss Reed's second trial. I lost my place. Nevertheless, these individuals who will serve as two of Miss Reed's most critical exculpatory witnesses were indisputably engaged and hired by the United States Attorney's Office to conduct their independent review, analysis, and testing surrounding the singular question of whether Mr. O'Keefe died as a result of an auto pedestrian collision with Miss Reed's SUV. Now, that is true, and that's a point that we've not talked about. And I wanted to talk about it, but I wanted to have the right time. See, everybody's saying that they were hired to prove that whether or not he was unalived by a group of people in a home. No, their entire investigation was around Ms. Reed's vehicle. Guys, allergies have kicked in. And I'm thinking I'm out of my allergy meds. Isn't this a great travel pill case? I put everything I have here. Yeah, I'm out of them. I got to go buy more. Right here at my desk so I don't have to go hunt for them. So anyway, so all of this was about Miss Reed's vehicle is why they were hired, not whether or not that Canton PD was under investigation themselves. When it comes to the ARCA, the FBI is a different investigation. People are marrying these two. So, nonetheless, we're indisputably engaged in the United States. Mr. O'Keefe died as a result of an auto pedestrian collision with Ms. Reed's SUV. These highly qualified experts have determined to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that 1, Mr. O'Keefe's injuries and death did not result from being struck by Ms. Reed's vehicle. And 2, damage to Ms. Reed's vehicle did not result from colliding with Mr. O'Keefe. Y'all, this is why I don't understand why she's being charged again. When you have an independent, who was it? Who hired them? Yeah, that's what I thought. Why are we still here? In other words, the scientific data establishes Miss Reed did not strike Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle. Both Wolf and Rentschler, two individuals who were not hired by the defense team to perform their testing, testified to the highly relevant and exculpatory fact during Miss Reed's first trial and during voir dire under oath and threat of perjury. Furthermore, the Commonwealth, by its own admission, has admitted it is not the ARCA witness that I have an issue with. Motion hearing transcript, February 18, 2025, 54. Moreover, the Commonwealth states that it doesn't care if ARCA witnesses testify at the trial. I don't care about their opinions. I'd welcome ARCA. Most recently, the Commonwealth communicated with Honorable Court on February 25th of 25 that there is a murky relationship between the defense and the United States Attorney's Office relative to these ARCA witnesses. No, there's not. No, there's not. And there is a very unclear relationship as to where we stand here right now between the history of the interaction between the defense and ARCA witnesses. Blow snow all you want with a leaf blower. You're not getting anywhere with this. I don't care what anybody says. This alone, the ARCA investigation alone, independent of both the Commonwealth and the defense. Why are you still doing this? It's double jeopardy. Well, it is double jeopardy, and I will explain a little more. Gerald, you're coming into this trial midstream, and a lot of people are screaming double jeopardy because, well, I don't want to get off track here. I'll explain later. I'll call you. I enjoy talking to you. ARCA witness is a very unclear relationship. Okay, motion hearing transcript. The Commonwealth has additionally concealed that we still don't know the relationship between the defense and ARCA. We don't know about the impact it had on the first trial. There is no relationship. They did not pay them, or they didn't hire them or pay them to conduct these tests. That is 100% true. Did they pay them for their time in testifying like any other expert gets paid? Yes, they did. After trial. Not illegal, although you're trying to make it illegal. Not against any terms, although you're trying to make it against it. The Commonwealth has provided no objection or legal basis for non-disclosing in Ms. Reed's second trial that employees of ARCA were hired by the U.S. Attorney's Office, not the Commonwealth. In fact, the Commonwealth itself has articulated that there is a lack of clarity about the key information pertaining to these potential witnesses. If the Commonwealth, who has been privy to the relevant discovery for months and has had an opportunity to question these witnesses during voir dire in Ms. Reed's first trial, has expressed confusion about the nature of the relationship between ARCA and the defense, then it is only logical that the jury too might be confused by the nature of ARCA's involvement without a full and complete understanding of how, why, and by whom the individuals were hired. Yay! I got it. Oh, I'm on the wrong thing. Sorry, guys. Okay. Now, camera has started rolling in the Sementilli trial, but she is not seated. So we'll continue. And thank you guys for joining me. I really appreciate all of you. I have to be honest, it's been a little difficult. It's been a little bit of a grudge to get in here this morning, but I am so happy to be in here. I come in here and sit down and I go, oh, my womb. So I love this safe space here. To avoid unfairly prejudicial. If I think of prejudicial. Prejudicial. There it is. Speculation. Please don't get mad at me. Just certain letters together I just struggle with. This court should admit the fact that the United States Attorney's Office hired and retained the employees of ARCA. Proof of bias or lack thereof directly bears in the credibility of witnesses. It is never collateral in natural and I can't see the word extrinsic evidence to prove it is permitted. A lot of case cited the criminal case of the defendant right to confrontation provides a constitutional bias for admissibility. Admissibility, a bunch of citations. If the defense demonstrates that there's a possibility of bias, even remote one, the judge has no discretion to bar all inquiry into the subject. So let's read that sentence again. And Gerald, want your opinion on this sentence. If the defendant demonstrates that there is possibility of bias, even a remote one, the judge has no discretion to bar all inquiry into the subject. Does that mean they can't even bring up the fact that she could have hit him with the car? Just curious. Just curious. Curious is as curious does. Is that what I'm reading here? That if you think ARCA is going to bias this to the point that it's going to cause a problem with this trial and the jury, then leave out that part of your claim altogether. Bias is the relationship between a party and witness which might lead to the witness to slant inconsistently or otherwise this testimony in favor of or against the party. Bias may be introduced by a witness like dislike or fear or party or by the witness self-interest. Proof of bias is almost always relevant because the jury, as the finder of fact and the wielder of credibility, has historically been entitled to assess all evidence which might bear on the accuracy and truth of witness testimony. During the first trial of this matter, the defense was prohibited from mentioning federal investigation into the investigation of this case. The prohibition extended, however, to the fact that the Department of Justice retained ARCA, completely controlled the material they were to review and test, they were to perform. ARCA was not, defense had no control over what evidence, how it was tested, when, where. They had no control. They're just benefiting from the finding of fact of the investigation. This was a free investigation to them. This saved them thousands of dollars. Okay, hot flash. The extent that the Commonwealth impeached these witnesses by pointing out material they did not review prior to performing their test and form their conclusions, the Commonwealth left the impression that the defense improperly withheld certain material from those witnesses. I agreed, and I stated that. I said, this is making it look like the defense controlled all this. The defense had their interest, the defense, because they were not able to be told who hired them, even though it was made clear it wasn't the defense. Jurors don't always fully understand everything and put in front of them, as much as we love them. That was false impression and prejudiced Miss Reed's defense by keeping relevant rehabilitation and credibility evidence from the jury. Worse, the inability of the defense to reveal or explain ARCA's initial involvement in this matter led the jury confusion that also prejudiced Miss Reed. Post-trial, jurors contacted the parties and made statements in public about the jury's view of ARCA's involvement. And at least one member of the jury surmised that ARCA must have been retained by Miss Reed's insurance company. Whoo, that is an amazing point, y'all. And I think it was brought up by one of you guys. Insurance could have paid for that company to do that. That still benefits Miss Reed's, even though it is not Miss Reed herself hiring the agency to perform the ARCA to perform the test. An insurance company that is paid for by Miss Reed on the vehicle means then now that she is inadvertently involved in the investigation. And that there creates a bias. At least one other member of the jury speculated that ARCA witnesses were seeking to insert themselves in the case for fame or publicity. That is another issue, too. The assumption would lead to an inference that their testimony should be unfairly discounted. Importantly, identified explicitly that neither the defense nor an affiliated third party initially hired ARCA employees is not only crucial to Ms. Reed's case, but also relevant in evidence that inherently admissible. It is entirely true as the fact that the conclusion of ARCA witnesses were made before either party was even aware of the extent of the witnesses in any matter pertaining to Ms. Reed. Additionally, there are no permissible grounds under Massachusetts rule of evidence to exclude such relevant and exculpatory evidence, particularly in response to any hypothetical or substantiated concerns of unfair prejudice or misleading the jury. Whew, I am for this one this morning. Would occurred by presenting such information. In fact, presenting to the jury that employee of ARCA was initially hired by the U.S. Attorney's Office would serve to prevent jurors' confusion. Indeed, excluding such relevant and exculpatory evidence would mislead the jury. See, they can just sit there and say, we're not liberty to say anything other than, and they don't even have to say that. They can just say, ARCA was hired by the U.S. Attorney's Office to perform an investigation. The results of that investigation are privy to us through the witnesses from ARCA. The defense nor the prosecution hired them. They have no skin in the game. They have no defense nor the prosecution. If you put both of them in there, prosecution or defense or prosecution, however you want to say it, had no control or input into this investigation. It is a non-biased investigation. Nobody within this investigation has any personal connections to anybody in this case. i.e., pay attention, this crap is real. So, anyway. The tear, in fact, of this case is entitled to hear relevant evidence, particularly that which makes the fact more or less probable than it would be without the evidence, and where such fact of consequence in determining the actions. Knowing that employees of ARCA were not hired by the defense or the Commonwealth, hey, I just said that, instead were hired at the time they performed their testing by a neutral third party, can and should add legitimacy to the credibility of the individual's testimonies. As the potential for bias or any other self-serving reasons for the defense calling of said witnesses would thereby be eliminated. Thank you. I don't know. I'm not a lawyer, but I love it when I'm at least understanding it. The information about hiring of ARCA employees, furthermore, could help the jury better evaluate the defense's theory in the case. That Miss Reed could not have been and was not responsible for the death of John O'Keefe, essentially by clarifying who initially identified, hired, and retained and directed the investigation and testified performance by the employees of ARCA. Miss Reed should be allowed to substantiate her lack of culpability by presenting evidence that an impartial third party vis-a-vis their findings. Vis-a-vis? Okay. Corroborates their defense. In short, for the jury to properly weigh the credibility and accuracy of ARCA's employees' testimony, it must know the full context in which these potential witnesses were brought in to opine the matter. For these reasons, it is imperative that the jury in this retrial is made aware of the employees of ARCA and were initially hired by the U.S. Attorney's Office, eliminating any possibility of jury bias and misread, or any related affiliates were impetuous for the architect. Okay. Okay, they're gonna break at 3 o'clock today. I'm in the process of getting everything back over. Um, when we go into break, I have a video. We're gonna pause it right here at section 2. We're gonna pause that. I'm loving this document. And what we're going to do is at the next break, we will watch a video, which I'm sure a lot of you have already seen. I've watched it once, but I still want to show it again because this time I want to talk about it in the reference that we are with ARCA. Okay. So now that we have ARCA on board, I want to do that.
The school matter, which is fine. And what you reported to me is that juror requested 3:30, and all the jurors said, "How about 3 o'clock?" So who am I to say no? We'll break at 3 o'clock today.
I like them.
You've been very, very patient during this entire trial, and if you can get home a little drier, that's fine.
I really like his sense of humor when he's not in the role of decision making. I love his decision making. I love this judge. Judge Kirknick was great. He's my favorite judge of all so far. He's running a close second right now. I love the way he runs the court, but I love his personality with the jury.
In any event, Detective Roberts, you're still under oath, and the people may continue with it. Strike that. Defense may continue with the cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mrs. Roberts, I think we broke off yesterday talking about the parking lot at Target, and then the surrounding video cameras that were there or not there at the time that the incident took place. You recall that?
I recall that.
Okay. So is it a fair statement that at the time of the murder, LAPD obtained the video of all the Target cameras that were available at that time?
That is my belief.
And it was only later when it was learned that there was perhaps another camera or cameras that could have been exercised, but were had to be within a 30-day period, and they missed that 30-day period.
That's my belief, yes.
And we were talking about Mr. Baker and his presence at the Target, and whether or not he did or did not get into a vehicle that had been parked there by Monica Sementilli. You call that, correct?
Yes.
And you understand that there have been various opinions as to who did or did not, or if anyone got into that car or not.
Objection relevant.
Sustained.
Well, were you present or were you aware of Detective Gable's testimony concerning whether or not he was able to observe a person, anyone entering or not entering or leaving the vehicle driven by Miss Sementilli?
I wasn't in court on the day that Detective Gable testified.
Okay. And you understand, well, we'll get that back to that because there have been other individuals who've asked experts asked to determine whether or not someone got in or not, and
Sustained.
we'll deal with that. Let me ask you this: you said someone near that vehicle, and it looked to you as if that person got in, correct?
Yes.
Where did that car go following the time it was parked there, which you say included Mr. Baker, in your opinion, in
My
the
opinion.
vehicle? Where did it
Yes.
go then?
It went straight and did almost like a U-turn around the parking area to come down the next lane, and then parked near the back of the parking lot across from the Payless.
Okay. You have that on videotape?
Yes.
Can we see that?
Well, I don't have it on videotape, but I think it's been played with the court.
All right, let me go by that for now.
Okay.
When you viewed the video,
Yes.
you had complete video, you believe, the Ms. Sementilli when she entered the target, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe where her car was when it entered?
Well, enters off of Ventura Boulevard.
Okay.
She enters the parking lot and makes a left turn and then stops almost directly across from the Payless shoe store.
Okay. Without beating a dead horse, there's no camera available to have captured that on video.
No, the Target video captures that. It's just hard to make out.
Because it's so
with
far away.
Specificity, yes.
Okay, but you can make out the video.
Yes.
Okay. So assuming for now, we both agree at the least that Ms. Sementilli is driving the vehicle, it parks there.
Same objection, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, same objection mean, I thought that was part of the question. Continue.
Does the vehicle park there?
No. Well, I wouldn't say park, but it stops there for.
Okay. Wrong word. Stops.
It stops for,
Okay.
I don't know,
And
10,
that's
20
when you
seconds.
say it's very difficult, but you think you believe you see some figure enter the car.
No. Well, yes, it comes across the parking lot in front of the car, and then, yes, I believe the figure goes around the front of the car, gets in the passenger side door.
And then what does the car do?
That's when it repositions to the rear of the parking lot.
Okay. And can you describe the motion of the car then? If we're looking at it, go to the right if you're looking from the store to the parking lot, to the right side of the parking lot, left side, back, front.
I guess that would be considered the south side of the parking lot.
Okay.
Right, left.
And you know that this is the car being driven, you believe, because of the nature of the car by Mrs. Sementilli, correct?
Well, because we see her leave her residence. She said she went to Target at that time. It's
Okay.
consistent with the evidence in the case that that is her arriving at the Target, and also with the cell phone records.
Okay. And she's always admitted and stated when interviewed that she went to Target.
Correct.
Okay. Where does the car go in the Target lot when it leaves that location that you see originally?
Yeah, after being parked a little over 4 minutes, she backs up and repositions to same lane, about middle of the parking lot, other side.
We put up one of the exhibits. 158, which I believe was prepared by you or on your behalf. Can you see that?
It's easier if I can. Yes.
Okay, is Monica's vehicle visible in that, as it's moving along, in that video, I'll call it? You see now a vehicle? Which one is hers, would you know?
The one that's moving down towards us
In the red?
with the red circle around it, yes.
Okay. And it's moving down, and what does it appear to be doing now? Parking?
Parking mid-lot, yes.
Okay. Now, You see her exit the vehicle, is that correct?
Correct.
And she enters the target.
Correct.
And there are some videos we've seen where she is entering and also leaving the target.
Yes.
So you have those events memorialized on the video, correct?
Correct.
And then where does she go?
To the Ralphs.
And how does she get there?
She drives the F-150.
Gets back into the F-150, correct?
Yes.
And is she seen leaving the shot, caught by the video cameras?
I'm sorry.
Do the video cameras catch her leaving the store in the target in the vehicle?
Yes.
So we know how she exits and where she goes.
Yes.
Does the video show anybody exiting her vehicle at any time that she has parked in the lot, gotten in the store, returned to the car, or exited the target lot?
No, it does not.
And is it seen leaving the target lot?
Yes.
Is it seen entering the Ralph store?
Yes.
Okay. So the question then becomes, if in fact, and this is not agreed upon necessarily by all sides,
Again, Your Honor.
Counsel, you do this, don't.
if Mr. Baker, you believe, was seen entering the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
When did you see him exit the vehicle?
I did not see him exit the vehicle.
Did you see the vehicle that he was parked in the rear of the Target parking lot, still there when Ms. Sementilli drove her vehicle out of the lot?
No, his vehicle leaves while Miss Sementilli is in the Target shopping.
Okay? Leaves before she leaves.
Yes.
At any time does a video show him exiting Miss Sementilli's vehicle and returning to his vehicle where he's parked at the rear of the Target lot?
It does not, but the way that her vehicle is parked on both occasions, when she reparks and then reparks again, or when she initially parks after that stop and reparks again, I'm not sure you would be able to see somebody exit the vehicle.
You're not sure.
Not sure.
What about walking from the vehicle way back to his parking place? Why wouldn't you see that?
That video is grainy, and as I testified to yesterday, is the farther you get back in there, you can't make out persons, you can make out cars.
Okay. Is it fair to say that you have not been able to identify anybody leaving Miss Sementilli's vehicle and she reparks it and walking back towards the vehicle that was parked by Mr. Baker? You just can't see that.
You can't see that.
Okay. Miss Sementilli leaves, and then eventually does Mr. Baker's vehicle leave?
Prior to Miss Sementilli leaving.
Okay. She goes to Ralph's. You have a video indicating where Mr. Baker goes following his leaving the Target parking lot.
Yes.
And where is that?
He pulls out of the Target parking lot after that. I don't recall if we catch him in that silver. I don't think we catch him again after that. I don't know which way, whether he went right or left out of the Target parking lot.
And he is in the Nissan Versa?
Yes.
Is it fair to say the next time his vehicle is observed, it's in relation to, well, you tell me, when's the next time that vehicle is picked up by any cameras in the area that happen to show his route?
I don't recall after that. That silver Nissan Versa.
Eventually, it's your belief it's taken or driven to the area of the Sementilli home, and the two joggers get out, come up, commit the crime, and then leave in the Porsche. that belongs to Mr. Sementilli, correct?
I'm not sure in the area of the Sementilli home, whether it was half a mile down the road or a block around the road. We don't know that, but eventually, yes, I believe that they come to the Sementilli residence in the Nissan Versa.
Okay, and that's where the murder occurs.
Yes,
We've gone through the time line on those events. Right about 5 o'clock, the Porsche exits the home and leaves going down Queen Victoria Lane and then to Oakdale Boulevard, correct?
correct.
Eventually, that car is not found until a day or two later, is correct?
Correct.
The
Yes,
Porsche.
correct. The Porsche. Yeah.
Do you know if the Porsche was moved at all from the location where it was eventually found? That is, was there any evidence that the Porsche had been parked initially somewhere else and then moved before it was found by LAPD?
On Khalifa, I have no reason to believe that. I believe there is a witness that actually saw it park or saw it there.
Good morning, Rob.
And I have no reason to
Good
believe that it was
afternoon.
moved from that Khalifa location.
My
Do you have a time from a witness or video as to when the Porsche was actually abandoned at the location where it was found?
I believe there's a witness statement. I don't have it with me, but I believe there was a witness statement.
Okay, and do you recall the time that individual believed he saw the Porsche in the area?
I do not.
It was the next day, correct?
I couldn't say for sure.
You don't know if the Porsche was recovered the same day as the murder or the next
Oh,
day?
I'm. Your question is confusing. I thought you were talking about when did the witness say it was parked?
No, I'm
That I
sorry.
do not recall.
But you know when it was recovered,
Yes,
and when was that?
I believe it was the day after or 2 days after.
Okay. In the meantime, there was some activity with the Nissan Versa, correct?
Objection made.
Rule.
Yes,
And what was that you were able to document?
I wasn't able to document this, but it was information that I learned after I had retired that Christopher Austin was driving the Nissan Versa and was ticketed in it.
When did you first have, you being LAPD, if you would, information as to the description of the Versa and or its license plate?
I believe when
praying. Happy.
they received the information from
Yeah.
Paula
Morning.
McCollum and then went, I don't know the exact date,
Definitely.
but there is paperwork within the investigative documents as to when the detectives determined that that was the car that was used.
Okay, and that was from a third party acquaintance, girlfriend, however you want to phrase it, of Mr. Baker's name was Paula McCollum, correct?
Correct. She rented the vehicle.
She rented the vehicle the day of the murder and provided it, as far as you know, to Mr. Baker.
Okay, Haley Mouse, I just saw this. I got to share this. Haley Mouse, this is so cute. Oh my gosh, I got to share it. Oh, this is so precious. Ah! Oh, that is just too precious. I absolutely love it.
That Versa had not been rented the day before, as far as you know. Am I correct?
Objection made as to the day before what?
So a rule.
Day before the murder.
My recollection was it was the day of the murder.
Okay. And that was obtained through investigation at Enterprise Rental Car, correct?
Correct.
You're aware that Mr. Austin had initially stated that the Versa was the car that had picked him up at the airport the day before.
I believe he stated that Baker drove a lot of cars and he wasn't quite sure.
Okay. When was the Versa first recovered by LAPD?
I'm object as soon as facts and not evidence was ever recovered.
I'll allow this.
It wasn't recovered. As far as when did the detectives serve a search warrant on the vehicle? Is that what you're?
When did they identify it as being one of the cars used in the murder?
Again, I don't have that exact date. I'd have to refresh if you have something to refresh my. I know it was in 2017.
Okay, so I can find that, but my only point was it was within a few weeks of the murder. Is that
I'm
correct?
gonna object to the state's the evidence.
Overruled.
My recollection is it may have been longer than that, but I just I don't know the exact date.
You know how?
It may have been actually after robbery homicide had the case, which was 5 or 6 weeks. I'm not exactly sure.
Okay, but you came on the case, refresh my memory again, 2017,
Oh, no, end of 2019.
2019. By that time, had the Versa been recovered?
Yes.
Okay. So at that time, or any time before then, had anyone at LAPD made an effort to run the license plate of the Versa to determine whether or not it had been stopped for any reason on or near the date of the murder?
I can only speak for myself. I can't speak for anyone else at the LAPD. I ran Mr. Austin. I did not run the vehicle. The vehicle history was already part of the murder investigation. I ran Mr. Austin.
And
I did not locate that.
and you didn't run the vehicle.
I did not run the vehicle.
Is there a reason why you did not?
I didn't see a reason at that time to do it. I didn't have any information that Austin had been cited in it. The information was already in the book, and I just didn't rerun it.
Well, you had information that the vehicle had been used during the course of the murder, correct?
Correct, and that information was already in the murder book,
All
is
right.
what I'm saying. I didn't have any information that would cause me to rerun the license plate. I didn't rerun the Porsche. I didn't rerun the F-150. I didn't run any license plates involved with any of the cars in this case.
And then we flash forward to the time, how long after that did you submit your request to the district attorney's office to issue a warrant for Mr. Austin's arrest?
Let me be clear that I didn't submit anything. I had a phone conversation with the DA and then additional meetings with the head deputy of major crimes. I just wanted to make sure that was evident. So there's no paperwork or anything like that. It was just, you don't have enough, which a lot of times happens in our cases. We'll have verbal conversations.
All right.
That was in June and July of 2023.
Okay, and that did not result in any contact occurring with Mr. Austin, is that right?
Correct.
So he remained free up in Alaska.
I'm gonna object, Your Honor, this is all cumulative.
It is.
Is there a reason at that point that you simply didn't go up there with other deputies to contact Mr. Austin and at least question him and see if he would speak to you about what occurred?
Same objection.
No, it was a different question. I'll allow this.
At that time, I didn't have a warrant for his arrest, and I didn't have authorization to do a Perkins. In my experience, most murderers don't just talk to police officers when you come to their house. I have no reason to really detain him and take him away from his house. He's in his element. I thought the odds of me getting a confession were outweighed by the odds that he was going to choose not to talk to me. And then he would know that he was a suspect in a murder. He could tell the other suspects that were outstanding that we were looking at them. And then my case against Mr. Austin would have basically been blown.
You said other suspects that were outstanding.
Yes,
At that time, you were aware of Mr. Baker as being one of the persons who had committed the murder, correct?
yes,
Okay. You had suspicions that Mr. Austin was his partner, correct?
yes,
Nothing will put him in.
You had suspicions that Miss Sementilli was involved and she was in custody.
not suspicions on Miss Sementilli.
She was arrested.
Yes,
Okay.
she was involved.
She was involved on your check and include and include checklist.
Evidence.
Mr. Baker was obviously in custody, correct?
Yes,
And you knew there was a third person who you believed was a good chance was Mr. Austin.
yes.
So who else were you investigating to have been part of this murder?
Mr. Alfred Birdsong, Lashane Holmes,
And why were they being investigated?
Mr. Birdsong, because his actions again and his cell phone data indicated during critical times of events that took place in the investigation, he was in contact with Mr. Baker and Mr. Austin. We knew they had meetings up in, that he was present during the same time where the defendant, Monica Sementilli, was in Las Vegas with Robert Baker and Christopher Austin. All their phones pinged at the same location.
All these contacts were between Mr. Austin and or Mr. Baker and or Mr. Birdsong.
The phone contacts, yes, but that's if you just look at them individually. If you look at the entire picture, there is contacts during crucial things that are happening, and after there's contact between Baker and Birdsong, Baker and Austin, who we now know they were talking about the crime. Right in the middle of that, then there'll be a conversation with the defendant, Monica Sementilli,
I see.
on crucial events related to this crime.
And you, of course, know what they were talking about.
I do not know what I know what, yes, I do, because I believe Christopher Austin to be credible, and he told me what they were talking about.
Okay. We'll get to Christopher Austin being credible. Okay. At some point, Mr. Austin gets arrested. Is that correct?
Yes,
And that is because someone, after you're off the case, decides it would make sense to run the license plate of the vehicle that you knew for 3 or 4 years was involved in the murder case, the Nissan Versa, right?
Objection argumentative.
Same.
Was the license plate of the Nissan Versa eventually run?
yes.
And who did it come back to? Or did it have any hits on it?
Well, it comes back to Enterprise Rental Car, because that's who owns the car.
By the way, do you know do you have photographs of that vehicle?
The photographs of that vehicle, I believe I testified to yesterday. We have photographs when it was searched, and they're part of the investigative materials that were turned
Do
over.
you know at that time, are you aware that at times there came a time when rental car companies did not advertise the names of their rental car companies on the vehicle itself for security reasons?
I'm going to object. Assumes facts and not evidence.
Just name.
You know whether or not the Versa Nissan rental car that was documented as being used in this case contained a decal or some other identifying item on the vehicle that it was an enterprise rental car?
I do not.
Could you determine that by looking at the photograph?
If there was a photo of a sticker,
Okay. And you have that photograph?
I don't have any materials related to the murder books
And where would they be?
Those would be at Robbery Homicide Division.
If they exist, they'll be there, correct?
And everything contained within those murder books was turned over to defense counsel and to the prosecution. So
And the new detectives on the case, Detective Byers and Farrell.
what is the question, are those the new detectives on the case?
No, I think they are. They've been sitting behind us for like 6 weeks.
Your question,
Your Honor,
It's all right, counsel.
if you could repeat the question
Do you know
regarding,
if these gentlemen took over the case following your retirement?
I would assume so. They've been sitting in court the whole time.
That's what I said.
Exactly.
Okay. You've worked with them, haven't you, since you've returned, just in preparation for this trial?
I've worked with Josh and Corey for years.
Okay, but specifically on the Sementilli Baker case,
Um,
to catch up and so forth.
sporadically.
Okay. So did that issue ever come up concerning the ticket that was given to the rental car, the Versa Nissan rental car?
Come up in conversations with Josh and Corey.
Who eventually ran the car for that ticket?
one of the judges seems facts beyond her knowledge, calls for speculation.
Sustain on that last round.
Do you know how the information was obtained on the rental car?
Objection saying.
Overruled.
I do not.
Okay. But you do know that eventually a warrant was issued for Mr. Austin as a result of the new information involving the rental car being stopped while he was driving it. Is that your understanding?
My understand.
Again,
Sorry.
based on hearsay.
Your Honor, she's
I
testifying.
understand. I'm gonna allow it.
My understanding was it was multiple factors, not just the ticket. There was, one of them was the information that Christopher Austin, the information that came from witness Paula McCollum when we were prepping for trial that was supposed to take place in the early part of 2024. We interviewed Paula McCollum and she told us that Christopher Austin and Robert Baker were in Las Vegas at the same time that Monica Sementilli was in Vegas in June of 2016. That information was verified through cell phone records. That was one of the things. The other thing was cell phone records. Another,
Told you that when?
Your Honor, again, I'm going to ask that you be allowed to finish your answer.
I'm gonna allow this interruption.
when we were preparing for trial, it was either at the end of 2024 or the beginning of 2025. We were going through her statement and she told us that.
So she
Thank you.
so
The,
she gave you a statement. I'm sorry.
thank you, sir. The other element was the seatbelt, that he was cited in the car for the seatbelt violation. Then we had, I learned that financial records were obtained from Christopher Austin. And one of those was for a ticket for the flyaway, which we knew that the second suspect was dropped off in the flyaway. And the last part of the information was financial records that corroborated that Christopher Austin paid for airline tickets with his, through his, I believe it was through his Chase account. I didn't have any of those records prior to retiring.
Did this all occur while you were still investigating the case?
It occurred while I was what we call in the LAPD kind of burning time. So I was still
Just wanted to see how this looked. That's cute.
active on the books at LAPD, but I wasn't actively working anymore.
So when the decision was made to arrest Mr. Austin, you were no longer an active part of that investigation.
I was retired.
And that occurred in October of 2024. Is that correct?
That's incorrect. When I retired, we were still at that time preparing to go to trial in
No, my
2024.
question has to do with the arrest of Mr. Austin.
Again, Your Honor,
Well,
the witness could finish her answer.
It was non-responsive.
Your question is, when was Austin arrested?
Yes, finally arrested. based
October
on-
24.
Okay. You were no longer involved in the investigation of the case at that time.
Correct.
It had been taken over by Detective Farrell and Byers, correct?
Yes, Pharrell.
Okay. So you played no active role at that time,
Well, they would,
other than interested in the case, obviously. Fair statement?
no,
What role did you
I-
take?
I had conversations with Detective Byers, trying to bring him up to speed on the case, and related to the Perkins operation that they were going, and the importance of following through on the arrest of Christopher Austin. And any help that they needed in relation to that arrest, they knew if I could help in any way, I was available to do that.
Okay. And then the Perkins operation took place, as you know.
Yes,
There was detailed interviewing of Mr. Austin by the detectives and Deputy District Attorney Stagel. You're aware of that?
yes,
There was an eventual proffer given. 2 proffer dates took place when he was interviewed again, and eventually he got the deal in exchange for testifying against Ms. Sementilli, correct?
Objection argumentative.
It is.
Eventually, he pled guilty,
yes, in exchange for his truthful testimony
of course.
in this case.
Truthful testimony. Did you hear all the interviews of his truthful testimony during the course of his interrogation, his Perkins conversations and his conversations with Ms. Silverman and Ms. Stagel during the proffer? Did you listen to all those interviews?
Same 2 objections.
It's overruled.
I listened to the Perkins and to the interview afters. I did not listen to any of the interviews related to the proffer agreement.
Now, as far as you knew, the purpose of going up there and arresting Mr. Austin obviously was to find and prosecute the second murderer in the case, correct?
Objection argumentative.
Overruled.
I think there were many reasons why
All right,
they
I'm-
went up to,
I'm asking about one. Can we start there?
that was one of the reasons, yes.
And the other reason is to see whether or not you could get him, or the Perkins people could get him to implicate Miss Sementilli
To
in
implicate,
the murder. Isn't that correct?
to implicate any of the either in custody or outstanding individuals in this case.
But the only outstanding individual in the case at that time who was in custody and awaiting trial was Monica Sementilli, correct?
Well, correct. In custody, yes.
Right. Mr. Baker had already pled guilty. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
So before, do you know what year it was and month that Mr. Baker pled guilty?
Yes.
When?
The month, I know it was towards the middle, maybe August of 2023
Okay.
or 2020, 2023. Yeah.
2023.
Yeah.
And you know that he came into court and voluntarily pled guilty to all the charges, had no deal, and was sentenced to the maximum penalty, life without parole, correct?
I know that. Yes.
You're also aware that following his plea,
Why is that
He
important in
indicated-
this case?
that he
His-
would be a witness and
his
was
deal-
willing to be a witness in the case and tell the truth about what he knew occurred in this case. You know that.
I know he agreed to be a witness in the case.
Okay. And as far as the topic of his testimony or the answers, we're going to be hearing that shortly.
Oh, he's
I
gonna
take it
testify.
you're withholding any judgment as to whether or not he's telling the truth or not until you hear him testify, right?
Well, no, I would say no on that because I've seen his multiple statements and they've changed every time. So I wouldn't know which one to believe. I wouldn't know what version was his truth.
Okay.
Oh,
You don't have to
now.
make that decision, do you?
No.
Objection argumentative.
Sustain,
That's up for the jury to decide.
Same objection.
sustain.
Did the arrest of Mr. Baker, not the arrest, but the voluntary entry of a plea, was that something that was unexpected as far as you were concerned in the course of this investigation?
Objection calls for speculation and irrelevant.
Sustain on the second ground.
Isn't it true that following the entry of the plea by Mr. Baker, he indicated that he would be testifying that Ms. Sementilli had nothing to do with the murder? You knew that.
Objection, hearsay.
It's irrelevant. Sustain on that ground.
Isn't it true that following learning that Mr. Baker was going to plea without a deal and get on the stand under oath and testify, that LAPD then had even a more of an urgency to try and arrest and talk to Christopher Austin to see if he would be able to counter or rebut the testimony of Mr. Baker?
Objection calls
Be
for
right back.
speculation and irrelevant.
It's argumentative. Sustain on that ground.
Again, the murder took place in January of 2017, correct?
Objection, cumulative.
It is.
The arrest of Mr. Baker took place in 2024. Mr. Austin, 2024.
Objection, cumulative.
Sustain,
7 years later, correct?
Same objection.
sustain.
You knew the defense at all times was urging LAPD in your office to whatever it could to find the identity of the second murderer. Do you remember that?
Objection assumes facts not evidence.
This was testified to yesterday.
Do you remember getting an email from the defense team asking you and the prosecution for additional evidence relating to the investigation into the possible involvement of Mr. Austin in this case?
I'm sorry. That's irrelevant. Court sustains its own objection.
Objection, it also.
I've already ruled on it, counsel. There's nothing to say.
Okay, I'm gonna cry.
There was,
My sister's husband came by and I made this for her. I beaded it and everything when she went on a cruise. And salty. And she loved the beat. And he brought that to me. Well, you had a tiny head, Tracy. And it matches what I'm wearing, actually. Well, I'm going to have to redo my hair. Anyway, I'll redo it, put it on, because it kind of matches what I got on. And she bought this. Looky. So next week, I'm going to paint that. That's so sweet. So now I'm going to be emotional. Here you go.
email communications between the defense and the prosecution throughout this case. You're aware of that, is that correct?
Objection, speculation.
It's irrelevant. Sustain on that ground.
I might have 1 minute, Your Honor, please. Do you recall after receiving an email from the defense requesting additional information concerning Mr. Austin, that you replied, "It's perfect. Thank you. Hopefully it slows them down," to Ms. Silverman? Do you recall that?
I don't recall that. I can look at the email.
Yeah, I show this on the,
You may not. You may put the witness and show it.
did you send that email to the attorney to this case?
I sent the email to the prosecutor in the case.
Okay, and we were copied on that?
I don't know how my email was sent to you, but
Well, it was in response to a request for additional information concerning Mr. Austin, isn't that correct?
in the totality of that email, my recollection it was in response to discovery.
Yes.
And during that time, I was being overloaded by requests for discovery, requests about not receiving discovery that I knew that was already turned over, things of that nature. And I believe my response was actually of a longer chain that's not incorporated in there, because my memory is that response was that I provided what was requested and that hopefully that would slow down the requests for additional discovery so that I could actually work on the case. That's
Well-
my recollection.
It follows an email to you indicating that you're putting remaining discovery together
Yes.
involving Austin being excluded from the DNA from the passenger seat. That you previously received an account, raw notes, and other discovery.
I'm objecting to reading it.
Just
No
name.
foundation.
We were requesting additional discovery regarding Mr. Austin on this case. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you said it's perfect. Hopefully it slows them down.
No, this will be allowed. You may read that last part.
I did say that, but as I mentioned previously, my response was in relation to a bigger conversation I was having with the DA in this case related to being overwhelmed with providing discovery before I even sometimes had a chance to figure out how it even related to the case.
And it was discovery relating to Mr. Austin, correct?
It was discovery relating to the case.
Specifically Mr. Austin and whether or not he could be identified as the second murderer.
That was within that, but it was discovery related to the case.
And that's when you wrote the email, "It's perfect, thank you, hopefully it slows them down," to Ms. Silverman, meaning slows down the defense in our discovery requests. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Were they slowed down? In any event, this date is May 9, 2023. Again, Mr. Austin was arrested October 2024. Is that correct?
My,
Again.
Sustained.
I could have 1 minute, Your Honor.
Sometimes there's a chirping, a smile, that's fine, but when you see their body language and they're going like that, that's and you're going, that's cute. Hi, love. Thank you.
Did you ever go to the district attorney's office?
Sorry, my brother brought some more stuff over for me. Oh, and my brother-in-law brought some more stuff over for me. So anyway, I just wanted to, anyway, thank you guys for just hanging in there and listening. Not much I can do now anyway.
Ray an outstanding suspect, Alfred Birdsong, and request any arrest warrant for him.
Ray, is that regarding Ray? Is
Alfred
your question
Birdsong.
regarding Alfred Birdsong? You said Ray.
No,
Alfred.
Ray, regarding.
Regarding, okay. No. I didn't have the information that was provided from Christopher Austin at that time on Alfred Birdsong.
You knew he was involved in the case.
I highly suspected he was involved in the case based on the phone records and his relationship with Baker, and with Baker going to Vegas on the times that right after the crime, and the fact that he was that they went and saw Birdsong when they were in Vegas in June. But that was information I had after the June visit.
Well, was there a suspicion at some point that Mr. Birdsong could have been the second murderer?
Yes.
So was any attempt to arrest him or prosecute him for this crime?
I did not have the probable cause at that time to arrest Alfred Birdsong. He had been interviewed multiple times in the case and denied any involvement, matter of fact. And I didn't have, my evidence on Mr. Birdsong was lighter than what I had on Christopher Austin when I was told that I didn't have enough. So
Right. Well, you had information he was down in LA. They had many contacts with Baker and Austin at the times that Ms. Sementilli was involved with Mr. Baker. Is that right?
I didn't have any information that he was down in LA. Are you talking about Mr. Birdsong
Yes.
during the time of the murder?
Yes.
No, I had no information that
Do you
he
know
was.
if the investigation has continued into Mr. Birdsong following the arrest of Mr. Austin and the continuing prosecution of Ms. Sementilli?
Yes,
Jack, it calls for hearsay
It's irrelevant.
and speculation.
Sustained on that ground.
You're not involved in any current investigation, in this case, active for any reason.
no, I'm not involved in any active investigation in this case.
My sister and I, within 2 weeks of her re-diagnosis that took her life, we're talking about, and we agreed we were going to try and do a cruise in spring break, and with my daughter, me and her. And then she was diagnosed, but just before all that, she and her high school best friend that she's known since a child, they went on a cruise with their respective husbands. And I made one of these for her and one for her friend, whose also name is Tracy. But I hand beaded and did all the fringe work and made this for Tracy. I do sell these, by the way. This one would probably go for about $80 to $100 because it's got a lot of extra beading up here. I beaded salty. I know some people, but that includes the cost of the hat. But I've been wanting this, and he finally found it, so I was happy. A nice, happy surprise. You'll see me wearing it a lot.
Photograph pair of shoes, look like tennis shoes.
I don't know,
Can
June.
be marked
My
defendants
question
next in order.
why is still on the stand. He answered all these twice before,
625.
not 3 times. He has another
Said I
day.
had 63, but I forgot 63.
63 was a photograph, not 64 is the same.
What's 64?
64 is also photographs in parking lot.
If you were on top, instead of on the bottom.
Detective Roberts, I'm showing you what's been marked exhibit, offense exhibit 625. You recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
Pair of shoes.
Okay. Do you recall, now I know you weren't the initial officer investigating this case, you're on the scene, but in reviewing the facts of the case with the other officers and so forth, do you recall LAPD taking a photograph of those shoes during the course of its initial investigation the night of the murder?
I'm gonna object, this is facts, not an evidence.
I'll allow this.
I don't recall that.
Do you know if any photographs were taken of any shoes the night of the murder or within a few days of the murder at the Sementilli home?
Not that I recall.
Is this the first time that you've seen the photograph of those shoes?
No, I saw a picture of them, I don't know, prior to my testimony.
In this case?
Yes.
This
Yeah.
week?
No, last week.
And then under what circumstances did you see it?
Just that it was, I'm not sure if it was information that it was related to the blood evidence on the shoe.
Okay,
There wasn't really any relevance to it. It was just that there was blood evidence recovered from those shoes.
well, whether it had relevance or not would be an opinion of yours, correct?
Didn't have any relevance that I can remember in my conversation other than it was related to blood evidence.
But can you verify that the shoe was observed in the residence where the murder took place of the Sementilli home that evening or within a day or two?
Same objection, assumes facts, not an evidence. as well.
Sustained.
Do you know if it was booked into evidence?
Don't recall shoes booked into evidence, but
Do you know if that photograph was booked into evidence?
I do not know.
Did you talk to Detective Parshall or any of the other officers on the case when you came on about that shoe and what role it did or did not play in the investigation?
I did not.
You don't remember seeing, well, you were not at the scene for several months before you took part in the investigation, correct?
Years. I didn't get it for over 2 years.
All right, we'll leave it at that. Thank you very much, Your Honor. No further questions at this time.
Finally,
Yes.
oh God, here comes the redirect.
When you came onto the case, Detective Parshall was already deceased, correct?
Yes.
She replaced Detective herself and died, I think, of cancer.
Is it your practice to arrest people for murder based on suspicion?
No, just at least for me, equally important than arresting somebody for murder is not arresting somebody that is innocent. So I like to have an abundance of probable cause.
Probable cause is
Good
the
way to
correct
put that,
standard,
an
not
abundance
suspicion,
of
correct?
probable cause.
Correct.
And do you arrest people on the chance that perhaps they might confess?
No.
When you were asked questions about the information regarding the defendant being in Las Vegas at the same time as Robert Baker and Chris Austin, when they were staying at Mr. Birdsong's home, could that have been July rather than June of 2016?
That's correct. I know it was the summer of 2016.
And with respect to the financial records regarding Austin, you said those that he had purchased, or you had been told he had purchased airline tickets through his Chase account. Could that have been through Baker's Chase account? That money was funneled to Mr. Austin's credit union account?
Yes. Yes. But I believe he
Would love to, Amy. They probably needed to verify the question in the investigation. Amy, I am late and know nothing about this case. And someone please give me a synopsis real quick. I would love to. Monica Sementilli, who is sitting in the defense seat, was married to Fabio Sementilli. Fabio Sementilli was a famous hairdresser in Canada. They lived in Canada. He got so famous that a company hired him to put on all of the exhibits and some kind of hair competitions and all those kind of conference type things. And so they moved back down. Well, they moved down to the United States. The company assisted with a lot of the logistics of that. Well, they lived here for a while. Monica Sementilli, they have daughters together, started going to this gym, and she somehow got connected with this guy, Mr. Roberts. Now, Mr. Roberts is a registered ex-offender, a Pawn star, read between the lines on that one, and managed a bunch of women who were in the pawn industry. Miss Sementilli decided that she didn't want to be with her husband anymore, and she was in this relationship with him, and she sent him hundreds of photos of every orifice of her body, and she basically was acting like a pawn star herself. They were swingers. They were going to different groups, and she's an nymphomaniac, is what I want to say politely. Anyway, she wanted out of her relationship with her husband for this dude, so they contrived a plan to unalive the husband for the financial gain of approximately 1.6 million in a life insurance policy. The problem was he also had other assets. So in total, he had a son and 2 daughters, I believe. And she thought that she was going to be receiving the entire 1.6 million, but it was divided specifically in a specific way. She would have gotten a nice chunk. When the boyfriend Roberts and his friend Austin unalived Mr. Sementilli at his home in the backyard while he sat in his favorite chair smoking a cigar, they unalived him. And in doing so, Miss Sementilli was sitting in wait, watching on her phone the security camera for her daughter to arrive home, who was still in high school, the youngest, to find her father unalived. Then within a minute came in the house. After the unaliving of the father or the husband, she immediately put a claim in for the insurance money, only to find out she was not the sole recipient. But the company felt so bad for her because he was red-roomed, unalived, and they thought it was they had no idea it was her, that they created a new policy within their company so they could continue his paycheck for 6 months for her, which his paycheck was 6-figure, between, I think, 150 and 200 a year. And so she was continuing to get that and the insurance from his company for 6 months for her and her children, while she was getting over 10 grand a month plus the insurance and everything else. She was begging people to help her. She said she didn't have any money. And so she started calling every contact at that company that she could to have them help her move along the insurance company in the payout. Problem: before a company will pay out insurance, life insurance, and somebody has been unalived suspiciously, the company contacts the police. They say, is this person a possible person of suspect? And the children were not, but they would not release Miss Sementilli. So she was not getting her portion. And so she kept pushing, kept calling people, kept begging people to help her. So the police set up a sting. They started looking at her and basically arrested her and the boyfriend together in the Porsche that belonged to her husband. There's a whole lot more. And anyway, she's been arrested. The Mr. Roberts did admit fully to what he'd done, taken responsibility, and he's got life. Now, she is basically claiming she had no idea this was happening. She was not a part of the planning of said red room of her husband, but there's too much evidence against her. So that is where we are. We are on day 28 of prosecution. The prosecution in opening arguments took a day and 3/4 to give their opening statement. Yeah, that was a bit much. And so we are waiting for Mr. Roberts to testify. And if the defense lawyer is correct, he may testify today. And then we will get into the defense's case in chief. I hope that was a good synopsis for you. There's a lot more intricate details, but I think that's the gist.
Used his own credit card to book the tickets.
And sorry for the glasses, y'all.
Once that money was funneled, that's
Good one.
kind of what I was
Hit the dog.
alluding to, is that there was records that he bought the tickets.
And again, this would be the problem of answering questions based on multiple layers of information, what is commonly referred to as hearsay, correct?
Correct.
Again, you were asked if Baker pled guilty, and you said in August of 2023. Could that have been July 7th of 2023?
Yes.
When you were asked if you expected Mr. Baker to tell the truth, you said you've seen multiple versions of statements he's given. Would that lead you to believe that Mr. Baker has a problem telling the truth?
Objection, counsel speculate.
Sustain.
And it's also.
Would it be fair to say that Mr. Baker has given numerous accounts of all of the details of his participation in this case?
Objection, counsel speculation.
That all overruled.
Yes, coupled with the information gleaned from the overhears that he was willing to lie in order for Monica to get out.
And when you were asked about the email regarding defense's requests, numerous requests for discovery in May of 2023, you said all of that discovery had already been turned over.
Most of it, there was some stuff obviously related to Christopher Austin, because the issue was that it was an open investigation into an unknown suspect. And so there was some concerns about handing over that information, knowing that it could compromise any later operation.
And that same concern about providing information to individuals that could compromise an ongoing murder investigation, is that a concern for any homicide detective? Let's say when Detective Verna was asked those questions, or Detective Gable was asked those questions.
Yes, it's almost never happens that we turn over information in regards to an active investigation on individual we're planning to do any type of operation on.
And had you received at that point numerous requests through me based on what the defense was requesting for discovery that you wound up providing over and over?
Why is it not popping up?
And
There it goes.
again,
Pushed
through
it.
those numerous requests.
Okay, I'm going to back it up. I pushed it. My bad. My bad. Thank you so much, June. Thank y'all for keeping me on my toes. Sometimes I push it and it doesn't respond as quickly. I apologize, but here.
Turn over information in regards to an active investigation on individual we're planning to do any type of operation on.
And had you received at that point numerous requests through me based on what the defense was requesting for discovery that you wound up providing over and over and over again?
Yes.
And again, through those numerous requests for discovery that was duplicative, did you then wade through the 70,000 pages of paper along with 8 terabytes of digital data to then again provide all the same information over and over again?
Sustained.
Did you wade through the 260 or 70,000 pages of discovery to
Yes.
find what the defense was requesting for them?
I did.
Did you then wade through 8 terabytes of digital data to find the information that they were again requesting?
I did.
Lot.
Did you then make arrangements to come to my offices across the street at the Hall of Justice and spend an entire day with the defense team, allowing them to go through your hard drive of all of your case files in order to limit the amount of time that you had to spend duplicating discovery over and over?
I did.
With respect to the overhears, approximately how many hours of recordings are there that you have also provided to the defense?
If I remember correctly, over 60.
You were asked numerous questions yesterday as well as today about what you were looking for with respect to your investigation. If you were looking for additional evidence regarding the defendant and you said that you disagreed, was that because you were aware that in this case there was a conspiracy to murder the victim?
Objection, that's argument.
Sustained.
Would it be fair to say that you investigated not just the murder of Fabio Sementilli, but also the conspiracy to kill Fabio Sementilli?
Yes.
And so did your investigation go to trying to uncover any and all individuals that might have played some role in the conspiracy to kill Mr. Sementilli?
I did.
And did that include any and all statements that might have been made by various co-conspirators relating to either the murder the reason behind the murder, financial gain, or the cover-up of the murder and conspiracy?
Yes.
Were you present for the testimony of the chief medical examiner for LA County?
I was not.
Were you aware of the testimony that was presented in this court by the chief medical examiner?
Yes.
Were you aware that in his testimony, he stated that there was no pattern evidence, no tool marks on any area of the body caused by a specific knife that would allow him to make comparisons to any weapon that might be submitted to the Department of Medical Examiner?
Objection at hearsay and argument.
Sustained.
Do you know what a tool mark is?
Yes.
What is a tool mark?
It's a mark usually left on bone or hard surfaces where you're able to identify what caused that injury. It's I say mark, a tool mark, but it's an injury basically. And based on the analysis of that injury, you can possibly identify the instrument used to cause that injury.
Were you aware that the chief medical examiner indicated there were no tool marks?
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation.
Sustained on all those grounds.
If there's no tool mark in your vast experience, is it possible, there's no tool mark or pattern evidence, is it possible to make comparisons to any weapon?
No foundation. Speculation.
Sustained.
Do you have any experience with pattern evidence and tool marks during the course of your career?
I do.
I'm limited to
Experience relating to human flesh.
I do.
Have you submitted in the course of your experience in investigating homicides and in multiple cases, cold case homicides that you've worked on when you ran the cold case unit in whether you were going to submit items of evidence to either the coroner's department or the crime lab for tool mark or pattern evidence comparison?
Yes. In addition, I attended a 2-day class
Comfort break.
presented by the chief medical examiner of, I believe at the time she was in Ohio, and she put on a class on tool marks and pattern identifiers, as well as blood spatter and things like that.
Was that the one in Orange County?
This one was in Las Vegas.
Okay. And again, what is your experience with respect to submitting potential weapons for comparison to the crime lab or to the Department of Medical Examiners, tool mark experts, when they had one, for comparison purposes?
Section irrelevant. Speculation.
Sustained.
If you don't have any type of tool mark or pattern evidence, is there any point in submitting a weapon for comparison?
Section argumentative speculation. No foundation.
Sustained on the first ground.
When you testified, when the defense asked you whether any weapon had been ruled out, you said you had no knowledge that any particular item of evidence in this case had ever been ruled out. Is that correct?
Correct.
To your knowledge, was there any comparison done between any weapon or item of evidence that had been booked into evidence on this case submitted for tool mark or pattern analysis comparison?
I'm calling on behalf.
There were not, to my knowledge.
We have not been able to make rent at the shop this month. Are you there?
So when you said that no item of evidence had been excluded, is that what you're
Partially
referring to?
because
Yes.
we've had some expenses pop up between vehicles and my glasses break and my glasses.
You were also asked a series of questions
short,
actually yesterday
$700
regarding
rent.
what evidence
We're short of
other than an
$1,000 and the landlord's
affair
on us.
to you proved
And
the
I
defendant
have
was involved in a
about
conspiracy to
$1,700
kill her
that's gonna be
husband. Do you
coming
remember
from
that
the
Yes.
period of
Any way you can
multiple
give us
questions
$1,000,
yesterday?
we'll give it
Yes.
back to you. as soon as it comes
Did
in.
you take into account the admissions that were made by the
Thank you.
defendant after her arrest in the back of
Do I
the black
use
and white
the
vehicle that were?
also we have operating for electric and water? Because if we give all 1,700, we have nothing.
I want to preclude
We have
such
nothing in
questioning.
the account. But I do have $1,700
May we approach?
coming in. Should be here within the month. It's part of my YouTube stuff, so I have it coming in. And just so FYI, I have somebody coming in twice a week at $150 a week using my studio. So the studio has somebody coming in and making rent. So that's cool. I hate to bother you, but I just didn't know what else to do at this point. We've never been late before like this, ever.
Defense asked you about the fact that you looked at evidence that only pointed to the defendant having an affair rather than being involved in the murder and conspiracy to kill her husband. You said you disagreed. You said that there was other evidence that included her. Can you tell us what other evidence you're referring to?
All of the, I would say, incriminating statements in the overhears, the use of three-way calling, the pen pal system of sending jail mail to go undetected, the flushing, ripping apart and flushing of jail mail, the statements about wanting to change her name, the purchase of the brand new car, the statements that she was, wanting to have a different life when this was all over. The massive amount of text messaging, phone calling, texting on encrypted apps, deletions of crucial apps, deletions of things on her cell phone when prior to her arrest, running or queries on the computer about collecting life insurance when somebody's murdered. the use of the message feature in the lifestyle lounge, using those apps, encrypted apps, and the messaging feature through lifestyle lounge during the day of the murder, and then no longer using those things after the murder. The continuous support of Robert Baker after she knowingly has been told that his DNA was found at the crime scene, and then the engagement with Robert Baker in coming up with a story to explain away that evidence. I know I'm missing some, but that's off the top of my head.
Did you also consider the numerous lies to law enforcement in every interview she gave?
Sustained.
In your experience, can you give us an approximation as to how many homicide cases you believe you've been involved in investigating over the course of your career? Your real career, not your TV career.
Hundreds.
When you have a situation where someone's loved one
Oh, I know, Amy.
has been
I am
murdered,
speaking with my son. Forgive me.
Are
Sometimes I
they,
have to speak to him. He has a
generally
business in
wanting
the
to
same
give you
place
as
I
much
do.
truthful information as they can to assist you in solving their loved one's
Testing.
homicide?
Why am I in?
It's irrelevant. Sustain on that.
I don't have sound.
If the defendant in this case lied over and over to law enforcement throughout the course of various interviews, while also indicating to them that she wanted her husband's murder solved, would that be behavior that would be consistent with your evidence in this case?
Yes.
Objection, that's argument in respect to it.
It's overruled.
You were asked yesterday about Robert Baker's history of manipulating women and his numerous convictions for six different violations of the penal code relating to an underage minor. Did you also, in this case, review evidence of communications by Baker with others, as well as conversations in the jail overhears where it was clear that the defendant knew about his prior history and accepted him, as he said, for himself?
Yes.
Let me interrupt. Let's take our morning recess for 15 minutes. The admission applies. See you back here in 15 minutes.
Okay, guys. Yeah. So it's been a day already, but that's okay. So I am praying and hoping. Hi, Miss Amy. Amy, I'm so glad you came. And also you like that enters you into the drawing. So basically what's happening is we've got for those of you who don't know, my son and I have a place that we share business with. And Sometimes a landlord can be a little snot. And so, anyway, life is what it is. Sorry about that. Appreciate y'all hanging in there. So, anyway, what we're going to do now is let me pop up the Karen Reed document we've been reading, because y'all, this is getting deep in the Karen Reed stuff. And I really hope Roberts is going to testify soon. I mean, not Roberts. Yeah, the other Roberts. This is detective, but the guy who ended the life of Sementilli, I hope he comes on soon. And that's who we have been waiting for. Okay, back to this. We are reading. I got to get all the way back up here to give you the name and refresh it. The defendant's motion in limine to allow evidence for the lack of bias. So basically, they're saying that the defense wants the jury to be told that ARCA, Robert Baker, yeah, that ARCA is the one was hired by the U.S. Attorney's Office. Hold on a split second. The fact that the attorney's office hired, right here, point 2, the fact that the U.S. Attorney's Office hired and rented employees of ARCA relevant and admissible evidence. It is undisputed and relevant evidence that the United States Attorney's Office hired and was responsible for involving employees of ARCA in an investigation surrounding Mr. O'Keefe's death. The pertinent information that a neutral federal investigative body, as opposed to the defendant or affidavit third party, retained ARCA and is clearly relevant. And beyond being relevant, it is exculpatory evidence that the fundamental to Miss Reed's case. See Miss Reed. According to Massachusetts, all relevant evidence is assembled unless barred by I lost it. Exclusionary rule, Commonwealth versus Vitello. Additionally, the Massachusetts Supreme Judicial Court has long recognized that as general position, a judge does not have discretion to exclude relevant evidence, Commonwealth versus Martin. The general rule to be followed in the Commonwealth is that all relevant evidence is admissible unless within the exclusionary rule, Crow versus Ward. We are influenced by general view, and relevant evidence should be admitted unless there's quite satisfactory reason for excluding it. Footnote number 4, and I love the footnotes. Throughout this motion, defense is referring to an intentional retention of ARCA by the Department of Justice for the purpose of conducting its testing, analyzing, and producing a report. The defense again acknowledges ARCA was paid after the conclusion of the first trial as a witness, not as the one doing the investigation, only as a witness, which all expert witnesses are paid. As the defense disclosed its reciprocal discovery production, and as was disclosed extensively during the motion hearing before this court, February 18, 25th, and 3-5. Relevant evidence may only be excluded if the honorable court finds that the evidence is probative value is substantially outweighed by a danger of one or more of the following unfair prejudice, confusing the issue, misleading the jury, undue delay, wasting time, or needlessly presenting a cumulative evidence. Acknowledging the objective fact of the employees of ARCA were hired by the U.S. Attorney's Office is relevant, probative, and would not confuse the issue, mislead the jury, or otherwise cause an undue delay, waste time, or constitute a cumulative evidence. Yeah. More pertinent to the narrow issue presented in this motion, the probative value of the evidence is certainly not substantially outweighed by any of the above. In other words, just let them put this in, please. It's ridiculous. Relevant evidence by nature is inherently somewhat
prejudicial, that it is why it is offered. The rule of evidence have contemplated this fact. The bar admission of evidence only if its probative value is substantially outweighed by the risk of unfair prejudice. Please forgive me, some of you who are new. My reading is difficult. These are not my normal glasses. Mine broke, so I'm making do with what I can, and I'm dyslexic, so this is a challenge. The measure of unfair prejudice is not whether the evidence simply is adverse to the party against whom it is offered. To find that evidence is unfairly prejudicial, excuse me, that is a hard word, and thus inadmissible. Generally, the evidence must influence the jury to decide the case is improper. More specifically, the evidence is unfairly prejudicial if it appears to the jury, simplifies, arouses their sense of honor, provokes their intent to publish, or otherwise may cause a jury to base their decisions on something other than the established propositions in the case. Moreover, in balancing the probative value of the evidence against the risk of unfair prejudice, the fact that evidence goes to central issues in the case tips the balance in favor for admission. Here, in the fact of neutral third-party experts hired in the United States office corroborate Ms. Reed's fundamental defense that Mr. O'Keefe's injuries are not consistent with being hit by an SUV, nor is the damage to the SUV consistent with colliding with Mr. O'Keefe, is inherently central, fundamental, foundational to fair adjudication of the case. Additionally, the Commonwealth has faced no unfair prejudice. The Commonwealth had the opportunity to cross-examine ARCA experts during the voir dire of Ms. Reed's trial, and notably, the Commonwealth is privy to testimony of ARCA employees in Ms. Reed's first trial. Additionally, the Commonwealth has access to the same discovery and defense as received regarding these employees. Thus, there is no legitimate base for the Commonwealth to even allege that providing information about the U.S. Attorney's Office hiring of ARCA would even remotely be what can I say that word? I can hear it in my head. Prejudicial. Yeah, whatever. The defense acknowledges, now I'm stuck on it, maybe tomorrow it'll be better, that this is an unusual circumstance and accordingly to unusual motion in an unusual case. Generally, witnesses who are employed by the federal government testify on behalf of the Commonwealth, and the defense counsel is unaware of any case in which the defense has moved to preclude reference to the federal employer of a witness testifying on behalf of the Commonwealth. It's not uncommon for the Commonwealth to present witnesses employed by federal government, especially through not exclusively in matters involving a joint investigation by state and federal authorities. A bunch of sites. The undersigned counsel is unaware of any case in which the defendant has successfully argued that eliciting the fact that the witness was employed or contracted by federal government was improper, let alone cause her prejudice. Ms. Reed suggests that the preclusion of any reference to the third party that had retained ARCA during the first trial caused jurors confusion and caused jurors to speculate about who had hired the company. Judicing whatever her defense by reducing the improper import of the testimony of perhaps her two most critical experts. We're going to pause it there. The camera is wiggling. I'll put it over here, put that there. So the camera is wiggling, so I presume they're going to be coming back in a minute. So Miss Reed is, I feel they're right in this, in the fact that that really upsets me that they're wanting to keep this out. I don't see why it would hurt to put this in. And I had the video lined up for this. It's been a day, y'all. It's a day. Here it is. I'm going to play this. Y'all watch this until the other court comes back. Because this, if you have not seen it, is important.
I don't think I'm going to be able to smash it out.
With a ball-peen hammer. Look how hard that is.
That's with the hammer.
Look how thick that glass, the plastic is. It's not a glass. It's plastic.
Look how
And I'm
thick this
talking
thing
about
is.
that. My mother has the same car.
These taillights are extremely thick. This one was already busted. That's why it was easy to shatter with the hammer.
So it was already busted.
This is a genuine Lexus LX 570 from a 2021.
Prejudice. I can hear it. I can see it, but I can't get it out my mouth.
If you just pull it off, that's how you get the big
does.
piece.
But it's. I can hear it.
See, just see what color it lights up as.
Now he's going to light it. No red on that car.
All the red is
Color it
gone.
lights up as.
There's no red on this taillight anymore. Even the side marker light is so bright that it looks white. As you can clearly see, it's red. All the lights are red.
I know it's just a tongue
That's
twister.
the brake light. They're just so bright red that it's clearly red. Let's see what happens when smash the diffuser. I don't want to take a chance on shorting that thing out. I can't even break this chrome piece off there. It is so strong. The thing is thick. I can't even break it. There's no possible way an arm did that. Especially breaking that chrome centerpiece. All right. Now with the diffuser off there, look at the taillight. That's all broken out right there. That's broken. When I move the diffuser, watch the light move. Now the light's gone because there is no bulbs back there. The only thing that makes the lights go down the taillight are these plastic pieces that have the bubble.
See, they don't have a
Without
light
that,
bulb.
the light does not go
They
down
don't
the
have a
taillight.
light bulb. It's connected,
Now
and the
watch,
light
I'll
goes
snake
through
this
the
diffuser
plastic,
back
and by
in
the
there,
way
and the light will
it's
follow
made,
it down
it magnifies.
to where the end of it's broken off. Look, either if that light was broken in John's driveway, there would be no light going down the taillight whatsoever, and it sure would not be white. The red is
How much
almost a
change?
translucent red.
There's
Watch,
not
I'll
much
take
change.
the diffuser part out of it, and the light disappears. It's because all the light is up at the top, and it shines down on that clear piece, and the bubbles makes it reflect.
Wow.
This is what the tail light would have looked like with
If
the
it was
plastic
truly
pieces
100%
that they showed
broken.
on in the trial that would have been missing from the tail light.
Gerald, there's another.
There
There's
would have
two.
only been
I'll
two
explain
small
in-
lights coming from the top.
But it looks cleaner.
Forward, please. Thank you.
Red.
And one more. You can see the white light shine. Stop. You can see it clearly missing. You can't plant something that's already gone.
That is.
And the reason why you see white, it is a red taillight cover, and when the red is missing or gone, as it is in this case, the white bulb still shines, and that's why it
I
shines
see that there's white shining through.
But
The
top of
defense
light is
position.
white.
It's my
is
memory.
also
I'm going to go back.
To where that have the
Before he goes in and does this, I want you to see something. Right up here where my arrow is white. That is the way it is on my mom's car too. It is white. It is not red. It is white. It is clear. See, that is the white light that they are referring to. Everything else is yellow, red. Now you can see where that's broken there. So I totally disagree. We're still in break. I mean, I can see, you can see here where it appears to be broken. But she had just backed
Red.
up John's
and
car.
one more. You can see the white light shine. Stop.
The upper white
You
right
can see
here
it
is
clearly
totally
missing.
white.
You can't plant something that's already gone. And the reason why you see white, it is a red taillight cover, and when the red is missing or gone, as it is in this case, the white bulb still shines, and that's why it
I
shines
see that there's white shining through.
That's not a bulb.
The defense position
Cancel the light.
It's my
is
memory.
also
this is what the tail light would have looked like
With no red on
with
it.
the plastic pieces that they showed on in the trial
Yes, but hold
that would
on.
have been missing from the tail light. There would have only been two small lights coming from the top.
That's right. If it had been totally knocked out like he did, if he took out all those plastics, she in the snow backed up and hit his car. This is when was this taken? What day is this?
But it looks
taken?
cleaner.
Okay, look at the difference. There's no snow. There's no snow. There's his car. That was on the day before, the 28th, that this video was taken, right? Watch it. It's already damaged on the 28th. Just look right there. They're going to show it. Is that damaged or not?
But it looks cleaner.
Here, she backs up.
forward, please.
I'll shut up.
Thank you.
Red.
And one more. You can see the white light shine. Stop. You can see it clearly missing. You can't plant something that's already gone. And the reason why you see white, it is a red taillight cover, and when the red is missing or gone, as it is in this case, the white bulb still shines, and that's why it
I
shines
see that there's white shining through.
The defense position
It's my
is
memory.
also
Next time, if I can ask a question. Trooper Proctor, with regard to this ring video, how was this? Now, Trooper Proctor, with regard to this video, you've seen this before, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, at the point when there was attention to What if any?
Crash the white snow.
Just go and think about it from there for a moment.
Okay, I'm back. I'm sorry. I had to go to the restroom. I'm sorry. Restroom hit. So my whole thing with the taillight thing is, and my whole thing in general is I'm really frustrated over the fact that the ARCA people are that bothers me more is the ARCA people and not being able to put evidence in there that they don't believe that Karen Reed unalived John O'Keefe by hitting him with a car. Okay. Yes, I know, guys. It's a difficult day. I've told y'all in the beginning. Amy's, thank you so much. Oh, yeah, exactly, Amy. No. Guys, I have a foot that on a scale of 1 to 10 is at a 12. We're dealing with business stuff with my son. I've got a final exam to take today in college, so it is a day from Hades. Hello, Diane.
Hi, love.
So it's a hard day. And I keep it real here. I understand that, this is for your entertainment, and I'm happy to have you here, and I love it, but sometimes we have harder days than others. So, but
Hey, Mouse, just a second.
oh, thank you, Haley Mouse. It's just when it rains, it pours.
Yes, it does.
I think we're going to get things worked out. But my biggest thing is that for the Karen Reed, I think that if they can get it in there that who hired ARCA will clear a ton of problems up for the defense. But Miss Auntie Bev will be Miss Auntie Bev, and Miss Auntie Bev will probably not allow that to happen.
Oh, and that's the judge, right?
And that's, yeah. Now, the glass, Gerald, everybody calls the tail light glass. It's a plastic. It's not glass. Number one. Number two, the glass is oh, thank you, Amy. The glass that they're referring to that they have found on the tail light is been from a cocktail glass that the O'Keefe or Karen Reed had taken from the bar. And they found pieces in charge of that on there.
Whoa, no one I can see. Sorry. Can you hear me? Yeah. This morning?
Sorry, guys, we were dealing with see what happened. All right, I'll tell you guys what happened. What happened is we wrote a check to the landlord. We have what's called a community box mailbox where all of them are all together. And you know when you send your outgoing mail, they have an outgoing mailbox. And we put the check in the outgoing mailbox. I did. But the landlord 10 days later says, I didn't get your check. Where is it? And we told him, Mama mailed it. I mailed it. And he basically called me a liar. So now we have to deal with him tomorrow. And we have an office building that was a chiropractic office. And it has a bunch of little offices. And so anyway, it's a mess. Since this, hold on, I'm trying to get everything up because my son's running out, so I'll have to get the door. There we go. So anyway, he's wanting to rent out a bunch of these little offices to make more money and decrease our space. Jelly, I tried learning sign language, but failed. It's so fun.
Where's the knife?
Oh, it's right there. Over there. Yes. I'm deaf without my hearing aids. Diane is not only one of my best friends, but she's an interpreter and she helps out when she can. Okay, we're going to get back into Miss Sementilli. Oh, but the cocktail glass are the little itty bitty fragments that don't match. Some of those fragments don't match the glass from the cocktail glass from the restaurant. So, Gerald, there are two different kinds.
Detective, when you mentioned the lifestyle lounge application, did you review the defendant's cell phone extraction from item number 119 with respect to that particular website or application?
Yes,
Not allowed.
yes.
Approximately how many entries did you find on the defendant's cell phone extract between November of 2016 and June 13th of 2017, the day prior to her murder?
Believe it was 3,800, 3,900.
Maybe 3,997.
Sorry, Mr. Wynn, I may have been confused. You said the day prior to her murder?
Sorry, the day prior to the arrest.
Thank you.
Yes, that sounds correct.
3,997. Okay. Your Honor, we have an 800-page PDF from the defendant's cell phone, a Celebrite report from item 119
I'm going to be on the phone.
regarding these 3,997 entries that have been placed now on the flash drive that I believe has been marked as People's Exhibit 158.
Very good.
This is not covered on.
Yes.
It's not covered on cross-examination. Cumulative is already in your record.
Oh.
On the south side of the script.
Actually, it was one of the items you mentioned in your answer with respect to what was brought up on cross regarding some of the evidence that supports your opinions in this case regarding the murder and the conspiracy,
Well, I'm
correct?
because the approach before.
What you looking up, Miss Diane?
Proffer.
Proper. A proffer is an offer made to any formal negotiation.
Yeah, same as it says same as motion.
Yeah. And motion, I always sign proper and motion as a request. A motion is a formal request to do something. So I do request and I put it on my mouth, request, proffer. That's how I do it, but you can change it if you want.
I just want to see what they say. You know how it goes.
What does it say?
I do know. I'm not there.
And
Baby.
y'all, I'd be handling today if my foot didn't hurt so bad.
Yeah. Motion. Doing it this way. Not so much as I ask, but as like this. Huh. Interesting.
Did you note how many or what time?
I noted one that's stuck out to me that was at 4:47, which was the time that Cyree testified that she was inside the Ralph store. That's also corroborated by the video evidence that there's an entry where she logged into Lifestyle Lounge.
Were there also several other entries on the day of January 23rd?
Yes.
Did you also note any entries on the date of January 28th of 2017, 5 days after the murder of Fabio Sementilli?
I believe there was, it was a different format, which leads me to believe that it was maybe locked.
Interesting.
When you say it was a different format, what did you note?
The address to access Lifestyle Lounge was different in that it was like HTTPS www, which is consistent with logging in through like a desktop computer, a laptop computer on something such as Google or a search engine.
Okay. So basically through a search engine to the actual Lifestyle Lounge website?
Yes.
And how was that different from what you saw on January 23rd?
That is a login through the Lifestyle Lounge application. That is an application on typically on a cell phone or a tablet.
Okay. And then did you note when the next login was?
There was not another login until June 7th, 2017.
And between June 7th and a week later, at the time of arrest, June 14th, were there also multiple entries or logins to that Lifestyle Lounge website through a search engine?
Yes.
Did you also note whether or not, from looking at that cell phone extraction, that the Lifestyle Lounge application had been deleted from item 119 at the time of the arrest on June 14th?
I looked into that, but I was not able to come up with that information.
Can I show you something? Do you see the column where there's a red yes
Yes,
in those boxes?
I do.
Let's see if we can make it bigger. Let me ask you, in terms of that column where there's the red yes, is that the column on the extraction through Celebrite that indicates the application and all of the entries were deleted?
Yes.
You were asked whether any search warrant for Baker's apartment occurred during the 4-month period between the time of the DNA results in February 14th of 2017, and his arrest on June 14th. During that same period, there also was no search warrant at the defendant's home or for any of her electronic devices. Is that true?
Correct.
Also review a message on the morning of June 14th of 2017 from the defendant to Robert Baker indicating that she was on her computer cleaning up.
Yes.
Now, you were also asked numerous questions about the Target parking lot and what you could observe versus what you could not observe. During the time that you observed someone coming around the front of the defendant's Ford F-150 as she comes into the parking lot and stops, what would be parallel to the Payless store, and then parks to the back of the lot. Can the rental vehicle that Mr. Baker was driving that day, who I believe was circled in that area to the back of the lot that you referred to as an alcove, was his vehicle still in the parking lot at Target?
Yes.
Did you also note that Cy Ray testified that the cellular records put both the defendant and Baker in the target lot at that same time?
Yes.
You were also asked numerous questions about the drive and the length of time that it takes to travel from the Ralph's Market, which I believe is at the corner of Winnetka and Ventura,
That's correct.
to the residence on Queen Victoria. And you said that it never took you 11 minutes to get home. Why did you point that out to defense counsel? What was the relevance of that?
After that.
Well, it would be irrelevant. The jury determines what the relevance is, not the witness.
Why did you drive that route or the various routes from that location to Queen Victoria numerous times?
Once I determined that it took Monica over 10 minutes, close to 11 minutes to get home, it was my opinion that she deliberately waited.
Interject, Your Honor, this is
I'm gonna sustain that, but not on that ground.
Why did you choose to drive that route numerous times?
To see if
I don't
it
know
would
what's
ever
happening, what not.
take
I'm
me
sorry.
11 minutes to get from the Ralphs to the Queen Victoria residence.
And that, in terms of the routes that you drove, that would include any route that she described to law enforcement as well as any other potential route.
Yes.
All right.
I even drove it at one time when school had just let out, which is, if you've ever been to that location, there's a lot of pedestrian traffic, a lot of vehicular traffic, and it takes a while to get through there. And it just never took me more than 5 minutes.
You were also asked whether Cy Ray was wrong with respect to the information he provided to you regarding Christopher Austin's location. And I believe counsel stated that Fayetteville was in Arkansas. Where is Fayetteville?
It's in North Carolina.
And is that the location where, based on your research,
What?
It's Fayetteville. She's mispronouncing it.
Yeah.
as well as Mr. Ray's, that Chris Austin grew up?
It was. And when I thought about it longer, that information was on his Facebook page, which is where that first clue came from. And so I believe that that information was correct as far as what was obtained from what Austin had put in his Facebook page.
When law enforcement does a search of various databases that are utilized for law enforcement use, what type of information is contained within those databases?
It's based, most of the time when you're looking for where somebody lives, it's based on public records, which is utility records, phone records, as far as hardline phones, cell phones. Typically we utilize LexisNexis, which relies on those, the reporting from those companies.
So in this case, if Mr. Austin indicated that he lived for various times with Robert Baker, his wife, Al Birdsong, and thus was not the name on any of those utilities, the information in the database would also be limited. Is that right?
That's correct. And it's my recollection that once I looked more into the Facebook records and found out that Austin's girlfriend was Chloe O'Connor, that it was through her Nexus or LexisNexis run that I actually was able to track back where Austin was living based on what was her records. And then once I found that, then I found Chris Austin's records.
Okay, guys,
So what, Cyrene?
I think we're not going to get to, we're not getting to Baker today because it is 1:56 here and they're stopping at 3. So that's 12:56 there and they get a lunch. So I don't think we're going to get much further.
I gave you in terms of Fayetteville was correct, and until you were able to identify the name of his girlfriend, you weren't able to identify the location where he was living.
Correct.
Someone says, and this is nothing to do with Alzheimer's, for we love you. I know somebody who has it. But somebody said, the defense attorney reminds me as an Alzheimer patient, he keeps covering the same questions over and over and over again. Dude, do you have are you demented?
I believe you also told us that with respect to the target lot, you were asked questions about not being able to see Baker exit the defendant's vehicle in the target parking lot prior to the time his rental vehicle drives out of that location. Why is that?
The way that the F-150 was parked the first time when she parks and kind of does that U-turn I was talking about, the passenger door is not visible and the passenger side of the car is not visible. And as I said, it's towards the very far end of the lot. So as you get farther out, the video gets grainier, as especially when picking up people. And then when she reparks in the middle of the lot, again, she's in between the F-150 is in between cars. So you really can't pick up the movement.
In terms of the location where she's parked at the back of the lot, which side would the front passenger be facing? Towards Target or towards the other shopping center beyond the back of the lot where Mr. Baker was parked?
The other shopping center.
Okay. So the side of the vehicle that was facing the target lot and the surveillance cameras would be the driver's side?
Yes.
Okay. And again, we're talking about the Ford F-150, correct?
Correct.
I don't know what yarn chicken is, but okay. Good luck.
You told us that there was over 60 hours approximately of overhears in the court lockup facilities in Van Nuys and in Los Angeles. Did you review all of those recordings?
Not allowed.
Multiple times.
At any point in time, did you ever hear the defendant talking to Robert Baker, expressing that she hoped law enforcement would find the real killers of her husband?
It's his name.
At any point in time, did she ever say anything about hoping law enforcement would find the people responsible for killing her husband?
No.
At any point in time, did you hear her express any concern about the people who killed her husband still being at large?
No.
I have nothing to.
Anything further about that? No.
Just like you. And at no time, Detective Roberts, did you ever hear her in those unreserved, whatever the hours were of overhears, confess to Mr. Baker that she was involved in the murder of Fabio Sementilli, did she?
I'm gonna check. Cumulative.
The world.
Direct confession, I did,
Yes.
correct. That never happened.
Now, you gave some testimony concerning a difference in the format that you used for the Lifestyle Lounge examination on January 28th. Is that what you said?
A different way to, a different application to access the, it appeared to be a different application. One was through the app and one was through directly through the website.
And that was, you got involved in that during the course of your preparation for the trial here, correct? You learned about that.
Actually, that came about, yes, as I was prepping, and the question last night before we recessed was, how do I know Monica wasn't out in the Ralph's parking lot smoking a cigarette and things like that? And I testified that I know she wasn't on her phone. And then I thought, I better make sure that that's correct, that she wasn't on her phone. So I had, with the assistance of one of the clerks at the DA's office, help me with the records and actually determined that she had accessed Lifestyle Lounge, but it was, so she had utilized her phone, but was when she was inside the Ralph's. And then that led to a further investigation into the Lifestyle Lounge and her deletion of the app.
Yeah, but none of that meant she couldn't have been smoking a cigarette when she left the Ralph's Market or in the car or at any time she was out of view of the camera, right?
Correct. That's just how it led me to that investigation.
And when you were actually investigating the case, you never noted the Lifestyle Lounge incident as you do now, back when you were the actual investigator regarding January 28th.
Well, I knew about Lifestyle Lounge and some communications that was made through Lifestyle Lounge. I didn't know the extent of the amount of messages that needed further analysis and about the deletion.
But once again, the longer somebody, Monica Sementilli, waited to get home, if she was involved in a conspiracy to kill her husband, the more time the killers would have to leave the residence without being detected. Doesn't that remain a fact?
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
The longer that Ms. Sementilli, Monica Sementilli, waited, if what you're saying is correct, longer than the normal time to get home, the longer she waited, the more time it would give the killers to leave the location, correct?
I think what's correct is it would give Monica the appropriate amount of time to not get home while the killers were still there.
Okay, which would, obviously, if she was involved, would be one of her goals, correct?
Yeah, I would assume.
And if she wasn't, and if she was involved, she certainly wouldn't want her daughter walking in on the murder
Thank you, Miss.
and report it
You were so
immediately to 911 as she did. Isn't that a fair statement?
Based on the evidence of this case, I would say, I would hope that that would be true, but that just doesn't seem to be true to me in this
Okay.
case.
Good luck, Amy.
You've got somewhat of a bias here. Would you agree, in fact, that you're the investigating officer in a case in which Monica Sementilli is being tried?
Yes, because I wouldn't be
That would be
testifying had I not believed that
Okay,
she was guilty of the crime in which
Of
she was
course.
charged.
I sure hope not.
Right.
But the point you're making is you have no explanation for Monica Sementilli being on the phone with her daughter, Bella, 5 or 10 minutes before she gets to the house and doing nothing to prevent her from arriving at the house almost right at the time the murder is taking place. And if she was a conspirator in the murder, logic tells you she would have had Bella show up later. She could have met with her. She could have had lunch with her, coffee, go to Starbucks, and make sure neither one of them walked in on the murder. And more important, the murderers had time to escape. Isn't that a reasonable possibility?
Objection calls for speculation
It's
as well
argumentative.
as
It's argumentative.
argumentative and compound.
Sustained.
Well, you gave some speculation why you thought Monica showed up right at the time of the murder, correct?
I sustained the objection.
Based on argumentative.
And you did not initially include Bella in
He's
the
not going to testify.
in your maps to see how far she was from the doctor's office to where she had the interview from her residence, did you?
Did I draw a map and have her?
Did you?
Sorry.
Well, you said you drove the route from Ralph's to the home. How many times?
Multiple times. It was, I would have to say 10.
Okay. Did you ever drive the route of Bella Sementilli from her school to her interview to the doctor's office, eyeglasses, and how far then that doctor's office was to the residence?
No, Bella Sementilli was not a suspect in this case.
And you thought it was irrelevant as to whether or not Monica Sementilli did or did not prevent or try to prevent her daughter from walking in on a murder that you're saying she had planned.
Amy, this is what
That
I'm
was irrelevant.
I don't think it was irrelevant. It was just not supported by the evidence.
Well,
Let's
first
just
you get
answer.
the evidence and then you analyze it, correct?
Well, I had the,
Was that just correct? That's my question.
Well,
First you get the evidence, the facts, and then you analyze it, correct?
in this case, I had the evidence was there. So that's not correct in this case because the evidence was there for me to analyze.
You had the times, right? All the times you had Fabio Sementilli, even evidence proving he was alive at 4:37 that afternoon, correct?
Correct.
You had the times that the killers jogged up the avenue and entered the home, correct?
Yes.
You had the time they left, correct?
Yes.
And then you had the times that Monica Sementilli and Bella Sementilli arrived at the house, correct?
Correct.
And you did a great deal of efforts, a great deal of time to determine 10, 11 times how long it would take Monica to get to the house if she drove immediately from Ralph's and did nothing in between, correct?
Yes.
You took no consideration as to whether she stopped along the way, had a cigarette, ran into somebody, listened to something on the radio, had something wrong with her car, nothing like that. You had no way of knowing if anything interfered with her arrival at home when she left the Ralph's parking lot.
Objection cumulative.
Same.
And most important, she was out of view from any cameras from the moment she left the Ralph store with her package until she showed up at the house, correct?
Cumulative.
Sustained.
See that?
Now, when it came to the evidence that you were just reviewing with Ms. Silverman as to why you believed Ms. Sementilli was guilty, what you would say in the include side, correct?
Yes.
Did you take, and you said, well, Mr. Baker lied hundreds or tens of hundreds of times, I don't know, 10 times, 20 times on the overhears. You felt you caught him in many lies on there, correct?
Object the state's evidence.
So
You took that into account, what you heard on the.
I believe that what I said, that he said in the overhears that he would lie and say he would take the blame. He'd go, he'd take the blame, that he would lie. That was my testimony.
And-
But I do believe there was lies on the overhears.
Sure. And the gist of his testimony we're saying is he would say he did it even if he didn't do it. He would lie and say he did it if he didn't do it to help her, right?
That's not the gist that I got. The
Okay.
gist was, if you take it in the context of the entire overhear, he said, if this shit goes bad for us, which right there is suspicious to me, I'll lie, I'll go down, I'll say, it was me. You need to go home.
Have you heard him testify under oath here?
No, I have not.
But you've heard Mr. Austin testify under oath.
I was not here when Mr. Austin testified.
Did you hear Mr. Austin give the proffers when he was under oath? Mr. Austin, I'm sorry, did I say that?
It is.
Do you know how many times Mr. Austin, the prosecution's star witness, lied to the police and to the court and to the jury in this case?
Objection argumentative.
Sustained.
And as you know, Mr. Baker has not testified yet, correct?
Objection. Asked and answered.
Yes, sustained.
So the people who would judge his testimony will be the jury, not you, correct?
The people that'll,
Objection argumentative.
Sustained.
Just a couple more things. When you reviewed the case early on, were you not aware from reviewing Detective Gable and Partial's notes that they had located a shoe with a drop of blood on it that belonged to Mr. Baker?
Objection assumes a fact, not an evidence.
I'll allow this question.
Your Honor, then I would ask the approach.
All right.
Sidebar. She's almost done, y'all. She's going to be done. They're going to take a lunch now. Yeah, we got about 6 minutes. But I found out that they are coming back on time, but there is a 30-minute delay in the broadcast. I'm told. But what'd you say, Diane? Oh, were you interpreting?
No, I just said 30-minute delay in the broadcast.
Yeah. Oh.
I'm tired. I woke up this
So
morning.
at 2:30, I will leave the live going, but I will not be in it a whole lot because I've got to go to the doctor about my foot.
Well, you go.
Something's going on. It's not good.
Yeah, but you got to get it fixed.
So I got to go do that.
Yeah.
And then at some point, we have a meeting with the landlord.
May that go well. May you find the favor of Esther.
Oh, we will. I think it's all going to work out. It'll be fine. It's just some people have no grace.
Well, may
Some
you
people don't believe anything you tell them.
I'll tell you.
We have a problem, and when you're not here, the actual owner lives in Korea or Japan, and he's American, and his father lives here and manages the property. Not that great. But we have a problem with this communal post office box. We've had a lot of changeover and postal service or post office employees.
Yeah.
They don't always pick the mail up every single day because I can see them from my window when I'm in the front, and they don't even open it. They dump and leave. So that happens a lot.
That's when you put a stamp on it and you send it to him.
And we did.
Uh,
But why would you wait 10 days to say you didn't get something? Wouldn't day 3 or 5 you would be saying, boo, did y'all send the rent? And we're going, well, yeah, we did. But if we need to, we'll send another check.
send you another.
Another check.
Well,
In my storybook life, I woke up this morning at 7:22. I start class at 7:30.
Hair was not anchored.
Huh?
That's why your hair is not anchored.
Yeah, really. It's a little bit better. I've had to
Yeah.
re-anchor it a couple of times, but hey,
How do you? I don't even know how to do that.
it's very simple. No, no, you got it 15 million times more hair than I have, honey.
I have a lot of hair, and it is quite long.
I could send you some of the things I send to my daughter and that I save for myself. They are so stinking simple to do. It's just a matter of just knowing which way to do it.
Y'all, I got a date on Saturday.
Do you got a date with Doolally?
With
Daryl?
who?
Daryl?
No,
We got a date with.
I can't say his name on live.
Oh, well, you'll have to talk to me later.
Of course.
Yes,
First
you
date. This girl doesn't.
Detective Robert, you know Detective Ryan Verna?
I do.
Is he a prior detective on the case
Yes.
before you got on?
Yes.
Did you read any reports of his indicating that on February 21st, 2017, he went to the Sementilli residence and took various photos, the porch, the garage, Julie, and of Monica's shoes?
I have a general recollection of that. There's a lot of evidence, but
And if he did so and he took a photo of the shoes, and that photograph would be in evidence or in the possession of LAPD, correct?
I'll allow for having custom.
Yeah, of course, Your Honor.
There's no question.
That has not been answered.
I would hope that it was in the investigative files.
Let me show you this photograph here and see if that refreshes your.
He may be watching and listening. I don't want to jinx anything. I might share Monday.
Memory as to
The best
something
agent.
that was engaged in by Detective
Huh?
Verna before you became part of the case.
I don't recall seeing these photos.
He's a gentle soul.
I don't recall seeing it.
Okay. But if they were taken, they'd be part of the LAPD Quan, or in some way you would expect in evidence.
Yes.
Not in this case necessarily, but in the possession of LAPD. Is that correct?
Yes. The digital files on this case were like 8 terabytes or something. And so there's just so much documentation in this case. I just don't have a memory of seeing that photo.
Very well. And again, when it came to this woman named Paula McCullum,
Yes.
did you have a role in the investigation of her?
This thing.
No, I would go over again all the events in Mr. Austin's
What is this? That Venus flytrap with that
ride or trail from 2017 to today. But the point is, he was known to LAPD as early as 2018. Is that correct?
It's this thing.
Was not arrested until 2024.
This thing.
Yeah, one moment, if I may. Your Honor.
What time is your appointment?
It's at 3:15. So tomorrow, my time at 2:30. That's 3:30 your time.
Ms. Roberts, while you were
Getting on the road.
one of the investigators on this case, didn't you interview Paula McCollum?
Objection.
The question, I'm sorry, say it again.
Didn't you interview Paula McCollum?
Objection. Cumulative.
Well, that question's overruled.
I did not.
Did you have any contact with her person to person?
I don't believe I did.
So your only knowledge of her would have come from other reports prepared by other detectives?
Yes, and the conversation that the district attorney had when she was preparing for the trial that was supposed to take place in early 2024.
And was Ms. McCollum a topic of that conversation?
No, she had been subpoenaed. It's my understanding that she had been subpoenaed because we were gearing up to go to trial, and she called to try and work out travel arrangements. And in that discussion about when she was going to be needed for court and stuff, there was a discussion about Austin.
But she is not, as far as you know, going to testify in this case for the prosecution.
I believe she was subpoenaed.
Okay? You believe she's still under subpoena?
Comment, objective, relevant,
Sustained.
cause for speculation.
Thank you.
Anything further about the people?
No.
Thank you. You may stand down and you are excused. You may call the next witness.
The people, as the court knows, are now going to rest subject to the introduction of the evidence.
Thank you. Those are magic words. It means I got to go to work. So what I'm going to do is let you go to lunch early. The evidence will probably not discuss this case either among yourselves, anyone else, or former expressing opinions of the cause finally submitted to you, which will be some time. But have a good lunch. I'll see you at 1:30. I can have counsel remaining, please.
Yay.
Okay, council, remain in place. Man, I wish I could see it when they say remain in place. I'm like, I want to be a fly on that wall.
Oof.
Oh,
Yeah.
you can tell us what he looks like. He looks like a very kind soul. That I'll tell you. Diane, you and I will have a talk.
Y'all have a talk. I'll tell you what.
Oh, by the way, Diane, I don't think you were here. Doug came by, Tracy's husband, and he found this hat, my sister's husband. I beaded this for her.
Salty.
And because she was going on a cruise with her husband, her high school best friend. She's known her all her life, and her husband, and they love the beach.
Uh-huh.
I saw this and I thought, well, that could be taken in multiple ways.
Yeah.
So anyway, I beaded them for her. I got 2 of them and did one for her and one for her friend,
So,
her other partner in crime.
when are we going on a cruise?
I don't know, but he gave it back to me.
It's very possible I may be going to the Poconos or to Pennsylvania in June.
Why?
In June.
Who's taking you?
Well, no, I'm taking myself. My student's going to be graduating. And it's only 10 hours, 600 miles, piece of cake. And it's up in the Poconos. It's going to be in June. It'll be a really pretty time.
Well, good for you.
Well, I just may take my little body right on up there. Look at that. I love that.
She got it. I knew she got it. She told me she got it for me to paint. Even though it is a paint by number, I do know how to paint.
Uh-huh.
I think I'm going to try and paint it.
Go ahead. So
It was but boy, when you look at the back and you look at all the numbers,
oh yeah,
I won't follow that too much.
I know. I do the same thing. So
I'll do the gist of it, and then I'll just go in and do my thing.
Yeah, I do the same thing.
Then
So
I'll put it up in here.
it'll be a weekend. The graduation's on Thursday night, so I go Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Be back on Monday.
Oh, this
Just
is not
take
the most
time.
flattering outfits to have on right now.
Hey,
I can tell y'all that.
you like my shirt? Got my pretty shirt?
I do like your pretty shirt.
Yep. It had some elastic in the sleeve, and I said, I ain't doing this. I took the elastic out around the sleeve. I do not like things tight on my arms. So I de-elasticized it.
Well, oh, get some wind blowing in here.
Yeah, I got one going down.
I'm hot, I'm cold, I'm hot, I'm cold, I'm hot, I'm cold. Okay, so we have been reading this document with Miss Karen Reed, and we got 6 pages to go. Well, you know, I'm always in black, and I thought today I wanted to be in pastelly.
I'm in black from my waist up. From my waist down, I'm in pink plaid flannels.
I've done that.
I just got tired of jeans
So
today.
I'm going to read. I'll share this, Diane. You can just chill for a minute.
All right, I will.
So, undersigned counsel. Oh, let me get it back over here. I can't do that with this kind of document. I got to move you back over here. Save. Update laid out. Okay. Let me see if I can make this just a little bit. There we go. Undersigned counsel is unaware of any cause in which a defendant has successfully argued that elicit the fact that the witness was employed or contracted by the federal government was improper, let alone cause for her prejudice. Miss Reed, put this up here while I can. I got to fix something real quick. There we go. Miss Reed. Don't do that. Don't. Suggests that the preclusion of any reference to the party that had retained ARCA during her first trial caused juror confusion. The caused jurors to speculate about who had hired the company, and they did. And one of the speculation was Miss Reed's insurance company. And because it was they thought it might be the insurance company for Miss Reed, therefore Miss Reed benefits. They did not put much weight into the testimony because it would have benefited Miss Reed to do so. Prejudice her defense by reducing the importance of the testimony, perhaps her 2 most critical expert witnesses. Providing the jury with the information about the underlying nature of ARCA involvement surrounding Miss Reed's case, furthermore, would certainly not cause undue delay, waste time, or be cumulative of other evidence. Thank you. Such information could and would be elicited with a few questions during direct examination of these potential witnesses, and by no means would ask ARCA employees by whom they were hired and retained shall trial proceedings in a wasteful and cumulative way. Questioning on this matter would be brief and could not be entered into evidence but through direct examination. Most importantly, perhaps the pertinent information would not confuse the jury. In fact, clarifying how ARCA employees became involved in the investigation surrounding Ms. Reed's case would only mitigate potential jury confusion and discussion above. And I would even go so far to put in there hypothesizing as to how they became connected. It will clarify. Relatively, for example, in Ms. Reed's first trial, the defense asked during direct examination whether ARCA employees were hired by the defense or the Commonwealth. See trial transcript. The testifying witness, Dr. Wolf and Rentschler, both answered in the negative, because further specific questioning about how the ARCA employees became involved in the investigating surrounding Ms. Reed's case was not permitted, though the jury was left to speculate, theorize erroneously that a third party such as Ms. Reed's car insurance company, hello, was responsible for the involving ARCA in the matter. Such an inference for the jury, even if logical, is patently
Where are you at?
right here. Second line is
Patently inaccurate. Yeah.
yeah, patently inaccurate. I was like, I've never seen it done that way. Moreover, the jury should not have to resort to filling the unclear gaps by hypothesizing about the relationship between ARCA and Miss Reed, as to that allows for the fact certainly not rooted in the truth, and in evidence to influence the jury's perception of the key witness. This speculation was not cured by the court's instructions to the jury during the the first trial. It is unlikely to be remedied by any instruction in Ms. Reed's retrial, simply providing the jury with accurate information about who involved ARCA employees is a matter which will eliminate jury confusion, and more importantly, would prevent jurors from speculating about what the third party hired and retained these individuals. Should be whose third party. Miss Reed has a constitutional right to present exculpatory evidence. Yes, they do.
Yep.
The Commonwealth is seeking to prevent the defense from eliciting ARCA as initially hired by the U.S. Attorney's Office, seeking to delay Ms. Reed's her most basic and fundamental constitutional right. The right to present a defense guaranteed by Article 12 of Massachusetts Declaration of Rights. The fact that ARCA was hired to perform its testing and analysis by the United States Attorney's Office is manifestly exculpatory, and this witness testimony undermines the consensual consent of the Commonwealth's case. The Commonwealth cannot, in good faith, cite legal authority in support of its request for this honorable court to exclude exculpatory information about the hiring of ARCA employees. Perhaps the most exculpatory and critical defense witness in this case, Dr. Wolf and Dr. Rentschler, specifically, were hired by the United States District Attorney's Office or United States Attorney's Office to conduct an independent inquiry whether Mr. O'Keefe died because of the collision with Miss Reed's SUV. Resoundingly, the expert witnesses answered in the negative. Mr. O'Keefe neither died as a result of the collision with Miss Reed's SUV, nor did any damage of Miss Reed's car result from the collision with Mr. O'Keefe. This conclusion, made by a neutral third party not engaged by the defense to perform this testing, affirms Ms. Reed's defense and could serve as the most reliable, relevant, and exculpatory evidence in her forthcoming trial. Amy states, Miss Reed is getting so screwed in this trial, I almost don't care anymore if she did it because she's getting punished either way. Yeah, somebody else has said that. If she did it, her punishment through all this is pretty bad. Exclusion of the evidence would be merely prejudiced to Miss Reed's defense. The substantial right of a party are adversely affect when the relevant evidence is erroneously excluded. Although the evidence can be excluded under Massachusetts law if there is a risk of unfair prejudice, which there's not. That substantially outweighs a probative value. Hi, you're back, Gerald. I lost my place. There it is. However, any prejudicial effect runs entirely in the opposite direction. To exclude This pertinent evidence about the U.S. attorney hiring of ARCA would result in the jury deliberating with needlessly incomplete information. And I agree with that. That is an incomplete information. Ms. Reed, likely most exculpatory witness, given that such individuals are hired without bias and undue influence by the third party as a part of federal investigation, would only serve to invite jury confusion and cause unfair prejudice to the defense. Contrary to the rules of evidence, the fundamental constitutional principles of the defendant's right to present exculpatory witnesses. More specifically, the fact that neutral third parties substances Ms. Reed's core defense and completely undermines the Commonwealth's theory of the case is inherently exculpatory, considering Massachusetts pursuant to its permissible, particularly during the closing arguments, to disclose by whom an expert was retained. In fact, plethora of Massachusetts and federal case laws as confirms as much. I love that. Plethora. How do you sign that? Plethora.
Plethora. Plethora.
Yeah. Did I sign it right or no?
Huh?
Did I sign it right or not?
Plethora. Plethora. Oh, yeah. Oh my God.
I just need to be more confident. Confidence is sexy, don't you think? You remember that commercial? Do you remember when City Slickers came out and the old man, I can't remember his name, the old cowboy in City Slickers that ended up dying?
Uh-huh.
Okay. He had that real arthritic hands and he took a bottle. He had a Stetson cologne commercial and he went, confidence is sexy, don't you think?
I think you're talking about, oh yeah, I know who you're talking about. He had a broken nose.
Yeah.
Jack Palance.
Yes, that's it. I'm bad with names, so I wouldn't have remembered it. But yes, that'd be it.
That would be it, honey. There are some things I am extremely good at and some things I am extremely not good at.
The jury must be informed of the exact nature of the contingency agreement. The defense counsel must be permitted to cross-examine the witness about the agreement. And the jury must be specifically what are you showing?
This is a man and he's the prime minister somewhere and it'll flip to these baby cubs here. You like that? He's at a zoo.
Monkeys. Okay, I'm trying to read this.
I know.
I'm trying to get through this and you're distracting me.
Oh, good.
Cross-examine the witnesses about the agreement. The jury must be specifically instructed to weigh the witness testimony with care. The prosecutor can address demeanor, motive for testifying, and believability.
Yes, you can.
Nice. Marky. Okay, I gotta stay on track, Diane.
On track. I gotta go get some tea.
Bye. I love that woman. And the jury must specifically be able to instruct, okay, a prosecutor can address closing argument, witness demeanor, motive for testifying, believability. I don't think I'll do it this way. It may work better. I can see that. And provide such remarks and are based on the evidence or fair inference drawn from it and are not based on prosecutor's personal beliefs. While the prosecutor may not vouch for the truthfulness of the witness testimony, we consistently have held that where credibility of witness is an issue, counsel may argue from the evidence why a witness should be believed. In essence, in other words, there is a deeply rooted basis for both identifying the specific terms of the retention and hiring of an expert witness. And there is a foundation support for commenting on why a witness credibility and here neutrality should be trusted. Finally, Miss Reed constitutional right to preserve exculpatory information includes asserting the Bolden defense. Both Commonwealth and the defense have long had access to ARCA employees, finding regarding the death of Mr. O'Keefe, which resoundingly points to an inadequate investigation and a third-party culprit. Given the ARCA employees have testified under oath that Mr. O'Keefe's death was not a result of injuries from Miss Reed's SUV, since the Commonwealth has access to this information and did not properly inquire of our investigators' other potential suspects, Miss Reed must be able to present the evidence that the law enforcement failed to pursue other avenues. Bunch of case cited. As a result, Miss Reed should be permitted to provide pertinent information regarding the circumstances of ARCA involvement in the case, which led to their ultimate conclusion that Miss Reed was not responsible for Mr. Keith's death because such information provided by the third party is crucial to bolstering her foundation defense. The police investigation in this matter are wholly inadequate, and that the authorities failed to investigate alternative suspects. ... Yay! We got through all of them. We're done. We got through all the legal drops. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus. So, I'm going to take a quick comfort break. I'll put this back up on the screen. I know I've been breaking a lot today. I drink a lot of water this morning, and a lot of coffee too. So let me get this back up. Let me get there. We'll be everybody take a stretch break. Okay, I'm back. We're back. Oh, I gotta stop the music, don't I? Yep. I'll be right back. Okay. Oh, ugh. How you doing, Miss Diane?
I have got to take myself a break before I start this class.
All right. I'll just remove you from the screen.
All right, sweetheart, but call me after class is finished, which is going to be after 6:30. So whenever you can. Gotcha.
Well, I have a final exam at 5.
Okay, well, what can I help you with that?
I'll call you before.
Well, yeah.
That's
You
6 your time.
Huh?
That's 6 o'clock your time.
6 o'clock my time. I will still be in class till 6.
I'll just get a hold of me when you're done.
All right. I love you, babe.
Thanks. Oh my gosh, honey, 2,800. Thank you so much for joining us. Who else is eating lunch while the court is at lunch? Well, I have it here, but I'm not eating. I'm having a lovely homemade chicken curry with a balsamic rice. Basmati, is that how you say it? I'm bad with reading rice. Well, good for you. I eat a little bit. I'm more of a grazer. I'm losing weight doing that. Chat is quiet today. I know everybody's lurking and working. And in all honesty, honey, 2,800 and everybody else. This trial is day 28, and we're still on the prosecution. They've been saying for days they were going to rest. They said they're going to rest 2 days ago, and they haven't rested. And on top of that, yep, I understand. And on top of that, they keep bringing this one Detective Roberts up there, and this poor woman has been on the stand for 4 days. And they say, they'll do the. Sorry, I got to take this. It's my doctor confirming my appointment. I'll be back. Sorry, I had to confirm my tomorrow's appointment. So, where were we? Getting around to his heart. Oh, the juror, this poor woman. And this woman has been, let's see, she testified for the prosecution. She's been crossed. She's been redirect. She's been recrossed. She's been redirect, recross, for 4 days. So one thing I don't like about the judge, I love. I think he's done a phenomenal job. The one thing that has bothered me though with this judge is the fact that he is allowing this woman to be brought back so many times. But a part of that is because he has been they've been bringing witnesses out of order because of scheduling. So I think that's why hers has been broken up so much. But I've been baffling around trying to figure out how to move phone photos to a micro SD. Oh, that's fun. I plug my phone into my computer and dump it directly onto my computer and then take it from the computer and put it wherever you need it. So, anyway, that is where we are. Let's see. I know not what that means. I don't know, Haley. I mean, Amy. Haley Mouse is trying to move. So anyway, Ada, scroll up and see my joke. Oh, okay. I got you. All right, guys. This has taken longer than I anticipated. I need to do a pupper's break for my service dog. I need to put my lunch in the microwave and I will be back. I know I'm in and out today. It's just one of those days and I will be right back with you. Thank you so much for your understanding. But let me get all that done because I'm getting a little nauseated and I need to eat. And so while we do this, everybody just take a break. I'll be right back. Okay, Pupper is taken care of. I got my lunch over here. I'm ready to rumble for the next half of the afternoon. Although they will be leaving early. A juror has a medical or some kind of a commitment they have to be out of there by 3. So we'll be done with this by 3:00. Yay! Hold on. So give me a second. I'm going to try and line something up. So 2 comments. Oh, let's see. Hey, Haley Mouse, wouldn't it be moved to cord or cord to cord, store to card after you mark the picture? Okay, Haley Mouse, wouldn't it be moved to card, store to on card after you mark pictures? I would move either one. Either one should work. What kind of phone are you on? Haley Mouse, what kind of phone are you on? That will help me out. But usually it's move to cord or store on move to card or store on card or save to card. You're right. Hey, honey, 2800, you are awesome. Thank you so much. Oh, let's see. Are we up with we are caught up? Why is that so much? Oh, it's a difference in monitor. I was like, why does that look so good? Difference in monitor. And my monitor went out, my main one that has everything that's tied to my switcher. That went out on me yesterday. Thank you guys so much who donated and did the super chats. We need to go ahead and do that. Let's do another goal thing. We'll do 5 super chats of $5 or more in the next 2 hours because we're going to be done by then. Okay, so we have a challenge, and that challenge is, come on, correct? Okay. It's posted. Start goal started. There we go. Yay. I'm not used to doing those. This is fairly new. Thank you so much for Haley Mouse for putting that information up on As the Gavel Drops. As the Gavel Drops is phenomenal. We absolutely adore them. But do you know who else I adore? Our fabulous sponsor. Hey, y'all, please help me welcome the Hitchman Homestead Coffee. They are fabulous. They have many different blends of freshly roasted, freshly ground coffee. They have a monthly club where you get 4 bags for $40 or a Keurig option. Also, they just came out with a half and half. Oh my gosh, I absolutely love it. So do me a favor. Go down to the link below at hitchmanhomestead.com. Order you some coffee and show them some love. Yes, go and show them some love. I drink their. Oh, hi, thank you. Oh, thank you so much. It's going towards the monitor fund. My newest monitors went out, and it's just a few months out of warranty, and I'm like, eh. It always happens right as your warranty wears out. So thank you so much, honey. 2800. You got 25 additional entries into the end of the month giveaway for a $50 gift card to a place of your choice. I sent it to the wrong thing. Sorry about that. How late do y'all stay open? And I'll be paying in cash. So yeah, baby. Sorry if y'all hear the dog lapping water. I apologize. It's funny. She won't drink all day and then she will just inhale a bunch of water at one time. She's like a camel. She's like a camel, go forever without it. And then she just guzzles it. And it's usually after a good potty break. So I'm trying to say that I am really struggling with the word prejudicial. I'm trying, but if it's just something today that's making me just tongue tie over it every. Well, I hope someone enjoyed the joke. I think I'm funny. Well, let me go back and try and find it just to make sure. I don't even, chat is quiet. Yes, we were lurking and working. A lot of us are lurking and working. I'm trying to find your joke. Forgive me. Oh, you figured it out. Yay! Got it, Kaylee Mouse. Yeah. Do me a favor, love. Go ahead and tell me the joke again because I may have had to step out. This, I believe, Karen Reed is getting so screwed in this trial. I almost don't care anymore if she did it. I think there's several people who are in that mindset. Joke time. There it is. Why do nurses always carry or in a red pen? What is that? Are I red pen? I don't know that word. Carry a red pen? To draw blood. Oh, that is too cute, Amy. I do like that. That's my kind of joke. By the way, your hair is gorgeous. I have long hair like that, but I am terrified to really. I thought about when we reached 3,000 subs dyeing my hair, but the moment I do that, then that can be a problem for me. Because you got to bleach it and do all that, and I don't want to do that. My hair. Carry a pen. Oh, Carrie, because the way it came across is Carrie ARIA pen, red pen. And I was like, what? Let me find out what time my doctor wants me there a few minutes early. Labs. Didn't answer, so I'll have to go and get it in the morning. Those are fake extensions. My hair is not voluminous. Well, I will tell you, it is gorgeous. Amy, that is cute. I got something for you. Did you know that the federal government is trying to outlaw round bales of hay? Yeah, I'm serious. Can you believe that? Why on God's green earth do you care if the bale of hay is round, square, rectangle, obtuse? I don't know. Why do you care? But seriously, the government in Texas, here in Texas, the governor is wanting to outlaw the bales of hay. Oh, I love dad jokes. I love dad jokes. In fact, there was a show on TV where these people would sit down across from each other and they have to take a shot. Whoever laughed at the bad dad joke had to take a shot. I'm not a drinker, but I loved that show. It was fun. It was on YouTube. But anyway, I cannot believe I love our governor. And by the way, our governor is in a wheelchair. He's disabled and he still rocks it. But what on God's green earth is he thinking about? Why does he care that the bales of hay are round or not? They actually carry red pins to mark allergies or urgent notes for the patient chart. My mom's a nurse. Yeah, that is so true. I have a red pin in my go bag when I'm on and I have a black one, but I have a red one for that kind of stuff when I'm on accident scenes. Do you guys want to know why our wonderful Texas governor is wanting to get rid of round bales of hay? Y'all want to know? Uh-oh. Why is it not working? Hold on. I didn't open it. I have to open a program in order to work it. And I'm like, it should work automatically. I shouldn't have to go through a rigmarole every time I want to use something. So anyway. The reason that our governor wants to get rid of round bales of hay is he said the cows are not getting a square meal. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That was a stupid joke. I had someone rolling on that for a long time. They were mad. They were going to write letters. They were going to do all that stuff. Yep. Just JK rolling. Just kidding. Rolling. No, they weren't. He wanted to get rid of the round bales of hay because the cows are not getting a square meal. Bales of hay used to be rectangle square. Let me see. It may be easier for me to come tomorrow morning because it's going to be cutting it close. Is that okay? I need to go get lab work by 5:00 today, so I may have to do it tomorrow morning. I can't thank you enough. What time do you open? There we go. Okay. I got to go give it to me to dumb blood. They're going to be drawing blood on me tomorrow. Amy, I love your jokes. J.K. Rowling. That is so funny. Okay, how does Harry Potter get down the hill? J.K. Rowling. Oh, yeah. Oh, brother, don't they have something better to stress about, like violating the First Amendment? The whole thing with the Karen Reed trial for me is the shenanigans. If you just put a clean trial on, just put a clean trial. That's all we want. Last one for now. Oh, no, don't stop. I love your jokes. What kind of dog can jump higher than the telephone pole? Anybody know that one? Anybody know that one? I knew the answer to that. I didn't want to give it. Oh, Amy, please keep y'all. We need to lighten things up around here. It's gotten too serious. It's too quiet. It's too serious. Come on, guys. How did the hacker escape the FBI? Gerald. And they're heavy. How did the hacker escape the FBI? I don't understand that one. He ran somewhere. He ran somewhere. Oh, I can't lighten up, Ada. I be polling vampire. LOL. Oh. People might know, but why don't ants get sick? Why don't ants get sick? I'll wait for your answer. Then I got one. Why? People might know, but why don't ants get sick? Any takers on it? They have antibodies. Okay, here's mine. Here's mine. Yeah, we're still rolling. Okay. There's mine. Let me know when y'all are ready for the answer. Let's see if anybody can figure it out. When does a dad joke become a dad joke? If you Google it, you'll find it. But the answer? Well, during delivery, it becomes apparent. Oh. That doesn't make sense. Why do coffee beans get promoted? It was brewing with potential. Okay, it sounds better when you say it out loud. Yeah, I know. We're all waiting. Why was the wind embarrassed? This is good, y'all. Here's a good dad joke for y'all. Oh, this is good. I like it. Why was the wind embarrassed? It blew right in front of everyone. Thank you, Doug. Okay, here's a cute joke. Yay, jokes! We're trying. And it's all because of Amy. And we really, and 80s Man, welcome. Good to see you, 80s Man. Elena, welcome back, honey boo. And then we have a new guest, honey 2800. We thank you for joining us. As always, we love our people coming in and visiting. Knock, knock. Oh, I want to do this. I want to do it. I got to do it. Knock, knock.
Who's there? Wait, I got it.
Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Cargo.
Cargo who?
Nah, man. Owls go who? Cargo beep beep. I know. Okay. It's hard when you don't have anybody reacting back in real time. But it is what it is. I really like that. Why would the wind was so embarrassed because it blew right in front of everyone. That's kind of cool. So, what do you call fish with no eyes? Anybody know? Why don't skeletons fight each other? They don't have guts. That's true. And that's the answer to mine. These are dad jokes. Oh my gosh. This is stupid funny.
Why did the goose have an easier time crossing the road than the chicken?
It could honk.
Okay, this is cute. This is the kid.
Hey, Dad. Did you get your hair cut?
No. Actually, I got a bunch of them cut.
Guys, this needs to be a Friday thing for us. We need to do this on Fridays or hump day. Oh, it is hump day. Hump day. Welcome to hump day, y'all. What do you give? Oh, y'all. Come on, Amy. Pop some more. I didn't mean to do that. I meant to do this. Sorry, didn't mean to repost it. What do you give a sick pig? Ointment. Oh, I'm not going to say that one. What do you call fly with no wings? Okay. I don't know about this. Oh, this is bad, y'all. Come on, y'all. Start popping some up. PMSI at Gabby. What does that mean? I didn't see. Oh, Gabby. Don't skeletons fight each other? They don't have any guts. Yes, that was good. Sorry, I didn't. The name and the time was hidden by the bar. Gabby, good to see you. Haven't seen you in a while. Well, I've seen you in other places. Haven't seen you in a while. Good to see you, love. Okay, here we go. What do you call fly with no wings? Walk. Don't get that. Oh, okay. Y'all, why do melons have weddings? Why do melons have weddings? Because they can't elope. Did I get it? Did I get it? Because they can't elope? Please tell me I got it. Please tell me I got it. They can't elope. I did. Amy, I'm not usually that good at this. I got to be honest. I'm not that good at jokes. They can elope. What do you call a Frenchman? Oh, I should be putting it this way. Who has been scratched? Hey, Claude. Claude. Hey, Claude. Hey, Claude. Okay. Here's one. Why? Were you built upside down? Why were you built upside down? Because your nose runs and your feet smell. I don't know. What do you say around eggs? Watch what you say around eggs. Because you might crack them up. Oh, because you can't take a yolk. Oh, that's cute. I know mine was earlier. I finally found an allergy pill. I would have said because you might crack them up. Oh, corny jag jokes. Anybody else have jokes? Come on, guys. Let's rock and roll it. We are waiting for this to return, and it is 1:30 their time. It is 1:30 their time. Hey, Gerald. This is a corny day. It has been a crazy day. It's been a hard day, but it has been a day. I gotta say, it's been a day. Hey, did y'all ever hear about the Michael Jackson song? None this not PG-13. Yes, ma'am. You ever hear the joke about Michael Jackson's song? It's a real thriller. Sorry. Oh, that's cool. It's a real thriller was the answer to the Michael Jackson joke. Why did the mushroom go to the potty? Because he was a fungi. Good one. I have a friend who is a doctorate in science and fungus. He's a fungus freak. I'm good friends with his wife. I paid my way through college by working. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Well, there we go. Ailey Mounts, Gabby, love you. We love you, Gabby. That was cool. We love you. I appreciate every single one of y'all. Why shouldn't you tell secrets in a cornfield? There's too many ears. Too many ears. Go ahead, Haley Mouse. Give me the terrible. What do imitation and plagiarism have in common? They both are the highest forms of flattery. What did the bison say to his son when he left the ranch? Bye, son. All right, keep it going. Last comfort break for me now before court comes back. I'll be right back. Keep it going. Y'all good. Actually, guys, I was hoping that I would go away to a comfort break and come back with trial. That's what I get for hoping. Okay, let me see what you said while I was gone. Oh my gosh. Hearing aids and glasses are not fun. I couldn't comment, didn't mean to do that. Haley, I love that bison. I have somebody I want to share that with. That is so good. What did one wall say to the other? I'll meet you in the corner. What do you call a sheep who can sing in a distance? Lady Baba. That's cool. That's cool. Haley Mouse, that's cool. What did the rubber band factory worker say when he got fired?
Oh, snap.
I love the Lady Baba. Why was Mussolini found in the field with the crops? Because he was a dictator. Oh, my boss said dress for the job you want. So I came like Batman. I'm Batman. Sad funny, but why can't dinosaurs clap their hands? Because they're extinct. Gabby, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. How do you make antifreeze? You take away her slippers. Let me get to Discord. Okay. Y'all go to mod. Put it in Discord first, and then if that's in member chat, put it in members chat. Gabby, put it in members chat, and then if it's not, if I can, I'll show it. How do you want to hear a dirty joke? The pig.
The pig jumped in the mud. Want to hear a clean joke? He took a bath with Bubbles. You want to hear a dirty joke? The Bubbles was his next door neighbors.
For all of those who are just joining us, we are doing dirty dad jokes. We're joking because this trial seems to be nothing but one big joke. In all honesty, I said it. Yep. Oh, Haley Mouse, that is good. That is good, Haley Mouse. Oh, Gabby. I'm gonna put it at the risk of getting in trouble. Okay, guys. There you go. That was Abby's joke. That was Gabby's. That was Gabby's joke. And if a certain person's watching, don't judge me. Oh my gosh. That's horrible. That's horrible. Y'all, come on now. I know this girl. What did she get arrested for? Wow. I guess Gerald actually had to go to work. He spent all day with us yesterday. How many? Okay, we got to drop it from there. No mas, no more. Oh my gosh. Y'all are insane. Y'all are insane.
Did y'all hear about the guy who swallowed a frog? They said he was going to.
Croak.
Oh my gosh. How many Spaniards does it take to go? I don't know how to say that word. How many? How many? My daughter is trying to come home, and there's a big dust storm hitting where she is, so she can't come home today. Spring break is coming up for her. Did you hear about the new book on constipation?
It hasn't come out yet. Oh!
Oh, got it. Got it, Elena. That's good. Oh, I figured you were there. He's just lurking and working. Lurking and working. Yeah. We don't get too many men on here. Zach showed up yesterday, but didn't stay long, but we miss him. He's a good guy. I really like him. Yeah, he kept promising me he's going to swing by and say hi to me, but he never did. I guess my giving him hell about that. And he was going to take me night fishing. I thought I was going to corner him in that, but it didn't work. Night fishing. Baby Shark was verified. Thank you, Baby Shark, for being verified in our Discord. We appreciate you so much. I love having my peeps in Discord. We love our Discord. Although, let me give you all a quick rundown. We got some newbies. I started doing this for a different reason, and it turned into this. And I knew nothing about anything about YouTube. Barely ever. I Googled, would watch videos, but I didn't know how to do a YouTube channel. So I had to learn how to run. Well, let me show y'all. Well, stop it, camera. What's going on? So this is my space. My camera is glitching. I don't need that to be glitchy. So anyway, this is my space. And I have a switcher up here. Look at all those buttons. It's like RAs. I got all the buttons. I can't do that. I don't know why it's glitching. Probably because my monitor it's tied to is not working and it's looking for the feed. And so I got the switcher, I got the Stream Deck, I got the Rodecaster Pro. I got all of the stuff and I didn't know how to do anything. I didn't know anything about Discord. I didn't know anything about this program. I knew nothing about nada. And oh, by the way, the sentencing today for whatever that trial was, the Kathy Ruzon trial verdict came in. She got 66 years, life without parole plus 66 years. Life without parole plus 66 years. So anyway, I had to learn all this. Discord, I have, but I don't participate a lot in because I had to learn too many things at once. I connected all this. I mean, it's a pain. It's lovely, but it's a pain. So my goal next month is to be super active. I have special memberships I have a memberships level in YouTube. I got to start doing my monthly lives for memberships only. I'm going to start doing a depending on your level of membership, I got to figure out how to do it, but I'm going to be doing a kind of like a Zoom thing where we can talk one-on-one. So I got a bunch of stuff going on. What am I? I don't know. What are you? We don't know how many Spaniards does it take to change a light bulb, Elena. Gerald, what am I? I'm afraid to say. Gerald, what are you? Do I want to know? Hold on. Still talking. So anyway, hold on. Sorry, that was Tracy's husband. He swang by. I just wanted to say hello. Dogs can't operate MRI machine, but cats can. That's a good one. That is a good one, y'all. Y'all on a roll. I mean, keep it up. Keep up the good work. Mine disappeared. Let me get it back up again. You said there were no men on. Oh, I said normally we don't have a lot of men. Normally we don't. So there you go. Okay. What does a baby computer call the father? Oh, we got blinkage. Oh, that's true. What am I? Yes, you are. I'm saying it's nice having you. Dogs. Wait, that's not what I said. What do mermaids use to wash their fins? Tide. That's good. I'm going to put Discord down for a minute. It's bogging me down. Having trouble connection. Please check your internet connections again. Oh. Oh. Sorry about that, folks. Oh. Gabby, my girlfriend wanted a marriage just like in a fairy tale. Fair enough. I gave her a loaf of bread and left her in the forest. Oh my gosh. Does anybody know this one? What does a baby computer call his father? And by the way, Gerald, I would put that up, but I don't show kids. I was talking about how we normally don't have men on. We're very blessed to have you. I love that perspective from a man. And Gerald has given us a lot of good comments. Of course, he was an ex-cop and he did take a year of law school. What does oh, I didn't answer it. What does a baby computer call its father? Data. How is my wallet like an onion? Every time I open it, that would be yes. What was the name of the cow who took over the pasture? Mussolini. By the way, I got to show y'all this. And this is so true. And I mean every word of it. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you so much for your support, everybody. Just being on here, just watching, even if you're lurking. Thank you so much for your support. We greatly appreciate you. And I love my court junkies. And then, of course, thank you so much for your super chats. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. That is so kind to all of you. I know data. I love that one. That was a good one. Good one. Oh. Why? Why doing this to me? All of a sudden, I'm having that internet. It's your sensei. Are you here? Okay, good girl. We're okay, sensei. You're good. I was going to try. Let me get that back off. I was going to try an all almond diet, but that was just nuts. I don't disagree with you. Oh, I gotta close everything. Oh, this is new, you guys. Thanks to I think Haley Mouse sent it to me this morning. I don't remember. I'm really getting bad. But hello, thanks for joining us. I love Highland cows. Well, let me say this. I could care less about them. Up until last year, I went with my sister to get things to decorate the background here you see behind me. And she picked up a couple of figurines of Highland cows, and now she started it. She bought this and she's passed away. She recently passed. And her husband came in today and he had found this in her belongings. And she told me she had got me a painting for me to do. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to do it. So now I'm a Highland nut. I have 2 stuffed animals. I have Heidi and Hamish are the names of my 2 stuffies. Oh, I am in love with Highlander cows. I saw some babies. Oh, I'm here. Just 3 more rows. I told my wife, this is acting. I don't know why. This time of day, it's doing this when we've been fine all day. I told my wife she was drawing her eyebrows too high. She looked surprised. Oh my gosh, y'all. Oh my gosh. And again, honey, 2,800. Thank you so much for your generous support. I greatly appreciate you. And earlier today, Miss June gave 5 gifted memberships. Thank you for your support. And I wish you could see this puppy. Really? What's going on, baby girl? Hmm? Hmm? Yes, I am taking a picture of you. Yes, I'm going to send it to myself. And yes, I'm going to show the world what you look like. Yes, I am. Yes, I is. She's my good girl. You should see my dog. What do you want, baby? Oh, is this what you want? Okay. Is this what you want? Mm-hmm. Come on. Up, up. Oh, that's what you want, and you needed some loving from your mama. Oh, oh, I got my mama. I got my scratching. Love my mama's fake nails. They feel so good. Yes, I do. Oh, okay, go. Come on. That's all she wanted. Go lay down. Yours. Okie dokie. Oh, the love of my baby girl. I am live, so I don't understand. It's they should be going live in another minute or two. They are on a 30-minute delay. And the Lord, uh-oh. And the Lord said unto John, come forth and you will receive eternal life. But John came fifth and won a toaster. Oh my God. Oh, Gabby. Oh, wow. Okay, Gabby, you're getting too close. Don't go any further. I don't want to be kicked off of the internet. Today at the bank, an old lady asked me to check her balance. So I pushed her over. Oh. Puppers! For those of you who are new here, that is Sensei. That is my service dog. I am deaf without hearing aids, and that is my professionally trained service dog. Yepers, that be my puppers. And she is a love, but yesterday she was a little tooty. I mean, she really gave me fit yesterday. It was a difficult day yesterday, I guess, for her. Okay, everybody who's on here, if you go and like the video, you must like it because I checked the numbers, and you click on the word I liked, I-L-I-K-E-D, you click on the thumb, type in the comments, I liked, just like that. It will enter you into a drawing for the end of the month, or drawing today to be in the drawing for the end of the month for a $50 giveaway. Now, that said, if you subscribe, put I sub, you will be entered in the end of the month giveaway. Automatically in the end, you're automatically in it. For every super chat and every gifted membership, every time you become a member. So if you were gifted a membership, you got credit. I think it's 10. And then if you gifted the membership, you get 20. So anyway, it's all in the wheelhouse of the machine. It keeps up. Hi, sweet Magnolia. So everybody, Please, I want to see y'all in the drawing. Right now, we only have 8 people, and I've been on for 5.5 hours. Why? I've been on for 5.5 hours. And I have 20 likes, 21 including me. I always like my own. So get in the drawing, because one of you will be automatically, because of this, will be automatically put in. If you sub, please let me know you sub so I can put you in to the end of the month drawing. I appreciate it. Excuse me. I don't know why this is taking so long. They should be live by now. But then again, they may do like they do the other day and just decide to go home. And the judge says, we're not doing anymore. Thank you, Haley Mouse. Once you like the stream, comment I liked. If you were subscribed, I sub here in the live chat for the chance to be entered into the monthly gift card drawing. For those who have won gift cards, it is your responsibility to, in Discord, to private message me your full name, phone number, address, and email. So that way I can send you your information, because I prefer to get the gift cards and digitally send them to you so I don't have to pay shipping. And it's easier for people who are in another country. You just need to let me know what company you would like a gift card to, and that's what I'll try and do. I have Starbucks as listed, but you don't like Starbucks. That's not what you want. We'll change it. No problemo. No problemo. No problem. No bueno. Okay. My internet's acting up again. It's been great all day. All day. How many of you are tired of seeing Martha Stewart's face every time you open up your search engine? Me. I have nothing against her, but I'm tired. Every time I open it up, her face is right there. And the ad is, Martha Stewart brings her love of fashion, gardening, and more to the new.
Now, if you're listening during your deliberations, you're listening to an audio and you wish to have a transcript, all you have to do is ask for it. One will be given to you.
The defense?
You.
Wait, are we in the defense? I'll get it to you, honey, in a second. Did he say defense? Prosecution rested. Oh, look at that smile on her face. Oh, no, you don't.
Right there, ma'am. If you could face me and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly state that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please have a seat for the stand. And for the record, say and spell your first and last name, please.
My name is Anna, A-N-N-A, Crescentini, C-R-E-S-C-E-N-T-I-N-I.
Thank you. Had to do that, guys. I couldn't.
Spell your first and last name, please.
My name is Anna, A-N-N-A.
I missed it again.
Crescentini, C-R-E-S-C-E-N-T-I-N-I.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Larson.
Good afternoon.
Did you fly in from Canada a few days ago to Los Angeles in order to testify in this trial?
I flew in on February 23rd in order to testify and be supportive for my sister and her girls.
Can you tell me, I think you just did, but your relationship, you are Monica Sementilli's sister?
Correct.
Are you her older sister, and by how many years?
Yes, I am the oldest sister. I am 2.5 years older than her.
And where did you and Monica grow up?
We grew up just outside of Toronto, and then we moved to a little north of Toronto to Woodbridge, where we grew up in our family home with my mom and dad, and my younger sister.
And your younger sister is how much younger?
She's 10 years younger than me.
I want to bring you back to 2016, the year before your brother-in-law Fabio was murdered. In 2016, ma'am, were you describe for us your relationship with Monica, your sister? Did you have a relationship?
Yes,
with
we were
Monica?
very close. We grew much closer when we got married and had kids. We spent most of our days together when she lived in Canada. And when she moved to California, I was devastated, as well as my mom. We were so sad. And I kept in touch with her. We talked every day, sometimes three times a day. I would go on vacations. All my vacations were to LA to visit and stay with my sister.
They were born, raised, and lived in Canada until she moved to America with Fabio, her husband.
And the girls and Fab. Fab was very close to our family as well. Like I said, when they were in Canada, we spent almost every day together.
And prior to 2016, let me start with this. 2016, Monica and Fabio and their girls had already moved to Canada?
Yeah.
Canada to Los Angeles?
Yes, they did. But I didn't know who he was until Monica later on told me that this is her boyfriend, and we started to go on double dates together.
Okay. At the time you first met Fabio, was he already separated from his former wife?
Yes, that's what we were told by Fabio and Monica, that he was separated and divorcing his wife.
Thank you, Libby. I got you, boo.
And at some point, did you learn that Fabio and Monica were getting married?
Yes, we learned
he had been a divorced man?
No, there were no issues. Obviously, that's because he had a son and an ex-wife. My mom especially, and I talked to Monica and said, it's going to be a little difficult. It'll be a little different, but we love him. And that was it. And we accepted him from day one. My brother, my mom as a son.
Was there any problem created that you observed between Monica and your family because Fabio was divorced?
None.
And at the time Monica and Fabio got married, about their relationship, how they interacted, did you have an opportunity to observe that?
Yes. They seemed extremely happy when they were preparing for their marriage. After they were married, they seemed very happy. I've never seen them argue. When we went on a few double dates, I know Fabio had a very fights with other
Do you remember a specific instance after they were married where Fabio expressed that he was jealous?
Yes. There was one time when we came to that immediately turned to him and said, get up and get your own ashtray, leave my wife alone, kind of thing. And you can tell he was very upset because he
Possessive much?
thought that the
But then
gentleman
again, y'all, those who don't know,
was
she used to dress like a hoe. She's all in this coat and sweaters and just kind of very covered up. But this woman was skinny. She had a rocking good body. She was a beautiful woman at 45, but she dressed and acted like a hoe. In fact, she was a hoe. That's all I can say nicely about her, despite her being accused of redrum. I mean, she was swinging behind her husband with another man who was a porn star manager and an ex-porn star himself. And she was sending pictures like she was poning her own self. It was bad, y'all.
The point Monica and Fabio moved to California with their girls, did you continue to have a close relationship with both Monica and Fabio?
Yes, I did.
How often would
I
you
lose you,
actually
Dave?
see Monica
Dave?
and Fabio?
Well, like I said, anytime I had time off work, I would fly to LA, me and my family, my husband, sometimes me and my kids, sometimes me and a girlfriend
Yeah,
would go. Monica and Fabio
exactly, girl.
came often to Canada. We would see each other
Internet
at
acting up.
least during the summer, especially with Luigi. He was always welcome into our home. We spent many vacations together with Luigi. We went to Italy with Luigi. Luigi would be invited for Christmas, dinners at my parents' house, birthday dinners at my parents' house. And we were very close with his mom. And
Los Angeles, did you spend any significant time with Morella?
I was close with Morella. We had a good relationship, I thought. She was very kind with me. I was very kind to her. She would invite me to her house to swim by the pool when Monica was in town, and we'd have dinners together. And I did the same. She came to a few of my house parties and pool parties. So we had a pretty decent relationship. I don't know if you would call it significant. It's not someone that I would pick up the phone and call. Unless my sister.
As much as you'd seen them in Canada?
Well, no, because when they lived in Canada, like I said, we saw each other almost every day. At least my sister and I and our kids were together almost every day. Our kids went to the same school. We went to my mom's house 3 times, maybe 4 times a week for dinner, the whole family. Fabio obviously was there as well, unless he was traveling.
Okay. And let's bring ourselves to 2016, the year before Fabio was murdered.
They came for Christmas. I went there in March break. I believe they came in the summer. And then I went and spent Christmas with my family at their house on 2016 Christmas holidays, New Year's for 2017.
Okay. And during those trips, when you started with Christmas, you mean Christmas 2015 and then into 16, the spring?
Oh, I was talking 2016. Yeah, 2016 Christmas up until 2007. Sorry, 15 and 16. Yes, you're right.
Okay.
Yeah.
And in the last time you spent with them, you came for Christmas of 2016. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Let's talk about Christmas 2016. You came to Los Angeles with other family members?
Yes, my husband and my 3 children. We came on Boxing Day, I believe, the 26th or the 27th, because we spent Christmas with my mom and dad.
And you stayed through that next week? How long did you stay?
I stayed all through New Year's until I believe it was January 6th, because I had to go back to work. I'm a teacher, so.
Teacher.
Since 1994.
Who do you teach?
Oh, I teach 8th grade, science and math.
Have you always?
Always taught 8th grade.
8th grade, and always science and math?
Always science. Well, I teach everything, but science and math are my specialties.
I see. And when you arrived in California for, it looks like you said the 26th, the 27th through the 6th of January, did you stay with Monica and Fabio?
Yes, we always stayed at their house. And when they traveled to Toronto, they always stayed at my parents' house. And even if Fab traveled on his own, he always would stay with my parents.
How often would you see Fabio when he was in Canada alone for traveling for business?
Well, when I knew he was coming and he was staying at my parents' house, we would make a point to go there for dinner. My mom tried to keep all of us together all the time, which was beautiful.
And did you say he would stay with you, not?
No, he would stay with my mom and dad.
Your mom and dad?
Yes.
Monica's mom, dad? Would that be consistent that he would stay with your mom and dad, or did he stay also with his family ever?
I don't ever remember him staying with his family. He would go visit them and spend the day with them. But to sleep, he would always come back to my parents' house because he felt very comfortable there. Monica and Fab also lived with my parents for about a year while they were waiting for their house to be ready.
So close.
When was that?
When Jessica was born.
Here we go, guys.
Okay. And
I'm trying.
A couple of weeks before Fabio was killed, right?
Correct.
Did you have an opportunity when you were living with Fabio and Monica during that time period, the 27th of December through the 6th, to observe their relationship?
Yes, they seem very happy, like they always did. They were dancing around in the kitchen. They were singing songs. Fab bought us, both my sister and I, gift certificates to a very fancy spa. So my sister and I went one day, and Grant, my husband, Fabio, and all 5 children went out for the day and spent it with the dads.
Did you observe, how much of that trip were you actually with Monica and Fabio? Were you with them?
The entire time.
So from the time you got up in the morning till you went to, you at any time during that trip see Monica going out at night or leaving?
No, never.
2017.
Hold on, guys. I'm working.
Did you ever observe any conflict or awkward moments between Fabio and Monica?
Never.
And you said you were also there with your husband Grant
Yes.
and your 3 boys?
I have 2 boys and a daughter.
Okay, and how old were they in December, January?
Oh, of 2017?
Yes, ma'am.
Let me do some math in my head. So they would have been, well, my son now is 28. So 8 years ago, he would have been just turning 20. My other son, Matthew, would have been 18, and my daughter would have been 15.
And you all stayed in the
home.
Sementilli house with
Correct.
Monica, Fabio, and their 2 girls.
Yes.
During that trip, did you sleep in a particular bedroom at the house?
Yes, we slept in the guest bedroom, which was also Fab's snoring room, as my sister called it. So we slept there, which was right next to the master bedroom.
Okay. And and you slept there with your husband?
With my husband, Grant, yes.
And where?
My daughter, I believe, took turns sleeping in either Isabella's room or Jessica's room, and my 2 boys slept in the upstairs. There's an open space, like kind of like a family room that had a TV, a bunch of couches and beds, and a little desk area. So they slept there.
At any point during that trip, did you go with Monica to any sports?
But that particular time period, during the Christmas break, we went to play racquetball. So the first day I went, just Monica and I, we played racquetball. And then the next morning, I came home that night and told my kids, you should really come and play. You'd love it. And so the days in a row.
3 days in a row.
Yeah.
Remember what?
I met someone named Rob, which I later came to find out his last name was Baker, but I didn't know his last name at the time.
Tell us how you met Rob.
We were playing, well, the first time I met Rob, Monica still had a personal trainer. I believe his name was Matt. And she brought me to the gym and we did a personal training session with Matt. And then we went to the racquetball court area and played racquetball. And she introduced me to Rob as the coordinator, racquetball coach, and said I should play with him because he's really good. So I did.
At that time, do you remember which day of your trip those 3 days were?
I don't remember.
Towards the beginning, middle, or end?
It was like in the middle because there was very little to do between, Boxing Day and New Year's Eve. So it was somewhere in there. And I remember that because on the last day, we went the third day, I asked Robert if I would see him at the New Year's Eve party. And he laughed and said, no, I'm not coming. And I said, oh, why? And he answered, because I don't drink anymore.
That's fair enough. Thank you guys.
Did you play racquetball with Rob at any point in your trip?
Yes, I played. Not the first day. I don't think I played on the first day we went, but the second and third day we went.
At that time, did you have any idea or belief that your sister Monica was in any kind of intimate relationship with Rob?
Absolutely not.
Did
There
she?
was nothing unusual between them, and I did not get any feeling or vibe at all.
At any time during those 3 days, did you see Rob all 3 days or just one or two of them?
I think only two of the days.
At any time, did you see your sister and Rob go off whispering or
Not-
appear to be secretive in any way?
No. My boys also played racquetball with Rob.
Separately?
Yes, because you play in twos. So Rob and Eric, and then Rob and Matthew would play. And I played with Robert.
And then did you see Rob anytime after that before Fabio was murdered?
No.
After that, were you with your sister for those days that you continued to be in LA, however many they were from the middle to when you left on the 6th?
Yes, every day.
Were there any days that your sister was gone for any period of time from your presence?
No, we even went grocery shopping together. I went to Ralph's. I helped her do the groceries. We would come home. We'd make dinner together. I don't recall any time when I wasn't with her.
And then you mentioned that you celebrated New Year's Eve
Yes.
with Monica and Fabio.
Yes.
Tell us about that. Who was there for that celebration?
So on New Year's Eve, it was my family. So myself, Grant, my 3 children, Monica, Fab, Isabella, Jessica, their neighbor and friend, Deborah and Mike, and their, I believe, their son, Max. Jessica's boyfriend at the time, I don't remember his name, Ernie and his wife, Emily.
Is that Ernie Valorano?
Yes, I believe so.
Do you know who Ernie was?
Yes, I know he was a friend of Fab's.
A friend of Fabio's.
A friend of Fabio's, yes. And Nick, I don't know his last name, also a friend of Fabio's.
Is that, if I said Nick Berardi?
Yes.
That's
correct. Yes.
Okay.
And his girlfriend at the time.
Okay.
We'll get it fixed.
Um,
We'll get it done. Sorry, I forgot. We'll
Racquetball
get it
friends
fixed. My
came.
apologies.
So I met Elise. I don't know her name.
Technology.
And her husband. I forget his name.
Okay.
I met Faye.
Did you have an opportunity to observe how Monica and Fabio were interacting?
Yeah, they were great. They were entertaining the whole group. We had, my sister and I went and got karaoke. So Fab was busy putting on the karaoke songs and we were all singing. And it was raining kind of that night and cool. So we were all under the covered part of the patio where he usually sits. And the TV's right there. So we were having a good time.
And that was a favorite area that you were well aware of?
Yes. He had his own chair. We knew where he would be all the time. He sat in his chair, smoked a cigar, watched his TV, extremely loud, and would be on the phone. He just had a very bubbly, outgoing personality.
Did you know anyone who had any conflict with Fabio?
I don't know of anyone. He was well loved. I don't know of anybody who would have done that.
So you fly back to Canada on the 6th. Did you have any custom or regular routine with your communication with your sister?
Yes, so because I work, I teach, the minute I get home, I usually get home Toronto time around 5:30. And just before I start dinner, I would go outside, grab a glass of wine, sit on the patio, call my sister, or she would call me, always around that time, because she knew I was home. When I'm at school, I don't have my phone, so we don't talk during the day. But the minute I get home, and Toronto's 3 hours ahead, so if I get home at 5:30, it's like 2:30 here, and we would talk sometimes 2-3 times a night, almost every day.
Okay. And at that time in January, let's say January 6th to January 23rd, were you also regularly communicating with Monica by text?
Yes, we text each other, we would call each other, depended.
How often would you be texting with Monica during this period?
Usually we would call each other because she knew I would be home at certain times. But if she didn't answer, I would text and say, hey, where are you? Give me a call when you're home, stuff like that. And she would do the same.
When you would text with Monica, would you use any particular app frequently? Is the fact that it's encrypted, was that any part of you using that app?
No, the fact that it was free for me to call my sister in the States is why I used it. And people in Italy, you could use it anywhere internationally.
Were you aware that in December of 2016, whether Monica had the WhatsApp app?
Yes, she had the WhatsApp app.
How long had you communicated with Monica on WhatsApp as of December 2016 using specifically WhatsApp?
I'm sorry, how long?
Yeah, how many months, how many days, or?
As soon as I got my iPhone, I downloaded it. So 2 years, maybe? I don't know. Since I've had an iPhone, we've done it. And I've had an iPhone for a very long time.
When you say we've done it, you were communicating with Monica for that full time, both on her iPhone and WhatsApp?
Yes, go back and forth, depending where I was, if I was at home or.
Your attention, unfortunately, to the day that you learned Fabio had been murdered, the 23rd of January, 2017. Had you spoken to Monica on the 23rd at all?
Yes.
During the day?
Yes, when I got home from work, which again was around 5:30, I grabbed a glass of wine.
Everybody,
And
get off work.
I went on the patio in the middle of winter to have a cigarette, and I called her and she would do the same. She'd grab a cigarette and we talked. And we talked about our day, what was going on.
Let me stop you just for a second.
Sure.
You have a specific memory of being on the phone with Monica on the 23rd of January, 2007?
Yes.
Okay. And you believe that was at what time?
Oh,
best you can recall.
Toronto time, between 5 and 5:30. So here 2 and 2:30.
Okay.
And when I spoke to her, I remember hearing her say goodbye to the cleaning lady, and which is something she would always say to him because it was very loud. And I screamed out and said, "Say hi to Fab for me," and he screamed back, "Hi, Annare," because that's what he used to call me.
He called you what?
Annare.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that was something you heard on the 23rd?
Yes.
Okay.
And I asked her, oh, he's home today? And she said, yeah, he's sitting outside. He's on doing some calls and watching TV, but this TV's so loud, the whole neighborhood could hear it.
Was Fabio at work or always at home when you called? If you know, when you called her or she called you during the day?
You may answer.
When I called her, he was at work. Usually.
And is it your testimony that you specifically recall a discussion about Fabio?
And she closed the door, and that's how come I remember.
Do you recall anything else that Monica talked to you about during that phone call?
Yeah, I was getting ready to go because my kids were looking at me through the patio door, making a motion like this because they were hungry. And I said, okay, Mo, I have to go in. I got to get dinner started. These kids are starving. Call me when you're done dinner. And she said, yeah, I have to go to Ralph's because Fab wants what we call fatina, which are veal cutlets. And I need to buy some stuff. And I said, okay, call me when you're starting to get dinner ready, because by then I would have finished dinner and we can talk again. And she said she would.
Did Monica on the call seem rushed at all or different from when you usually spoke to her?
Not at all. She seemed 100% herself.
Did you say it was you who told her you had to go while you were speaking on the phone?
That's correct. I said I had to go because my kids were hungry. I had to make dinner. And she said, okay, yes, I have to go to Fab wants fatina for dinner. I need to go buy some stuff.
And you both hung up the call?
And we hung up knowing that she would call me back. She usually, when we said that, when I said, okay, call me later when you're getting dinner ready, I was expecting a call around 7:30. And instead I got one at 8.
Okay, let's talk about that briefly. How did you learn?
My other appointment, I moved it to tomorrow morning, so we're all good. Thank you for your reminder.
Fabio had been murdered.
Are you okay if I just tell you?
I went to lay down on the couch after dinner while my husband was cleaning up, and I left my cell phone on the kitchen counter. It started to ring, and I said to my husband, can you answer it? It's probably my sister. So he answered it in a goofy voice because he goofed around with my sister all the time. And he went, hello, something like that, like very weird answer. And then he held the phone to his ear and his mouth open, and he just went, what? What are you talking about? And I said to him, stop fooling around. Just give me the phone. I knew it was my sister. And he passed the phone to me in shock. And all I could hear, I'm sorry. All I could hear was Jessica screaming and crying, hysterical, saying, father's dead. He's dead. And I didn't understand. I'm like, what happened? What's going on? And she was just crying hysterically. And I said, who's there? Pass me to someone. Where's your mom? And she said, my mom's here. She can't talk. And she passed the phone to Dallas Street. She was a neighbor there. And that was one of the first friendships that Fab and my sister made. So every time I went to California, I always saw Deb and Mike.
And that was Deborah Obad and her husband.
Correct.
And what did you do upon learning this and speaking with Jessica, if anything?
With speaking with Jessica or Deborah?
I'm sorry, Deborah.
When I spoke to Deborah, that he died, that Bella found him, that there was nothing that the paramedics could do, that police were there, and Monica, just tell her I'm going to come immediately, and Grant's getting a flight out for me. I'll be there soon. Just tell her I'll be there soon. And Deborah asked me if I was going to tell my parents, and I said, I'm driving there right now. It's not a phone call you want to make. So I hung up with Deborah. We had agreed that I would call her the minute I knew of flight information. I jumped in my car and I drove to my mom's house, and I had to break the news to my parents. And my mom collapsed
on too many levels. Traumatizing on all levels.
Sorry. My mom collapsed on the floor. My dad and I picked her up, put her on the couch, and immediately she said, I want to talk to her. I want to talk to the girls. So I said, okay, Grant's working on getting us a flight. We're going to try to leave tonight. We called Deborah back because my mom and I both wanted to make sure Monica was okay and Bella was okay. And so we called Deborah back, and I said, Grant's still working on it. He had, we had talked in between, and he had told me that couldn't find any flights leaving that night. He was going to try to see the earliest flight in the morning for my mom and I. And I gave her that information, and I said, as soon as I have my flight booked, I will call you and tell you what time we land, but it'll probably be in the morning. And she said, don't worry, somebody will come and pick you up. And
I'm in the wrong place.
Someone will come and pick you up. And then I asked to speak to Monica, and my mom, I had the phone to my ear, and my mom, her head and my head were together on the phone, and all we could hear was her crying hysterically. And we just screamed, be strong, we're coming, we're on our way to my house until you get here. And I said, okay. So I hung up, and that was my conversation with Deborah, and the only time that I spoke to my mom, spoke to my sister. Later on, I believe Deborah called me again to tell me they were across the street at a neighbor's house. And I think I spoke to Jessica. I don't remember, but I spoke to Deb, and she told me that they were across the street in the neighbor's house, and Monica was just sitting on the couch looking out the window, calling out for Fab.
You then made arrangements and got down to Los Angeles?
Yes, my husband got us tickets for the first flight in the morning. We came immediately and got a direct flight. I think we landed around lunchtime here.
Okay,
And
that was on the 24th of
24th
January,
of
the
January.
day after Fabio was killed?
Correct. I also called Marco that night because I didn't have the heart to call Marilla. I didn't know if she knew. So I called Marco, and when he answered the phone, I just heard Marilla in the background wailing. And I said, I guess you heard the news. We're leaving. My mom and I are leaving in the morning. And he had asked if we should maybe wait and all go together. And I said, I'm not waiting. I'm going now. I can't leave my sister and the girls there alone. And my mom feels the same way.
Let me understand. So in that conversation with Marco, he asked you to wait to leave for Los Angeles?
Yeah, so that we could all go together.
Did they?
Mike, Deborah's husband, and Jessica came to pick me up. We drove straight to Monica and Fab's house. There was a woman who I later found out recognized as Elise was standing in the street talking to media. There was media everywhere. The gates opened, we pulled in, and Mike made a comment like, what is that crazy lady doing talking to the media? And immediately Nick, Fab's friend, came out and grabbed her and said, we said we weren't going to speak to the media, and pulled her in. I didn't recognize her immediately because I could really care less about her. My goal was to see my sister and the girls. When my mom and I ran into the house, we found my sister on the couch, hugging a gray sweater that belonged to Fabio and rocking back with us. She just kept holding this sweater saying, I don't know why I didn't fix it. And we were like trying to figure out what she was talking about. And then we finally, she told us there was a hole in it and he had asked her to sew up the hole and she didn't get to it. And my mom offered to take the sweater and said, I'll fix it. And she said, no, I don't want anyone else to touch it. It still smells like him. And she stayed with that sweater till the wake and even after.
Did you were with your mom when you
Yes.
got to the house?
Yes.
And you were both with Monica from the time you got to the house? He came.
Yes, but I don't think it was the 24th. I think they came like the 25th, and it was a staggered entry. Like not everybody came at the same time, but it was. Do you want to know who came?
Well, let's start with, did Morella come?
Yes.
Okay. And from you and Monica and Morella spend a lot of time together that next week through when you say you went back to Canada.
Yes.
For
So
Fabio's burial.
Morella and all her family
I
stayed
have
at
a
hotel.
question, y'all. Inquiring mind wants to know, and yes, I'm getting the mic close because I want to make sure you can hear me over the video. Does anybody see a tear coming out of that woman's face? I see that, but where's the tears? Nobody saw tears on the prosecution's witnesses.
By, but they came straight to the house every morning and stayed until night.
Stayed until nighttime?
Stayed until nighttime.
And
Fab's mom was also there.
were you staying at a hotel or where were you staying?
I was staying at the house and I slept in the same bed with my sister.
Okay. And during the time that Morella got there, let's say that first day, can you describe how Monica was, her demeanor, how she was acting?
Describe Monica?
What she looked like, what her demeanor was.
Sure.
You
Can I answer? Okay.
Yes.
She was in her gray robe the whole time, very rarely changed out of it. Tears were always streaming down her face, even though she wasn't like sobbing hysterically. There were always
I have a problem with this witness, and here's
her
my
nose
problem.
was always running.
She's trying to save her sister. Now, I've been in the shoes. I testified in my husband's trial when I just hit my foot where it hurts. But when you were testifying, one of the first things that they told me not to do is say, always That's not quantitative. You could say often, many times, frequently, but to say that she was 100% of the time always having tears coming down her face is a lie. Exaggeration much. I lost my grandparents in a car wreck, both of them together. I remember the first 48 hours, first 5 hours, I cried almost consistently, but you get to a point that it's not like what she's describing days later. I really have a hard time when people get up there and they're trying to save somebody, so they're going to exaggerate what it is they're saying. Maybe she's sad. She may be depressed, unkept, bouts of tearfulness, bouts of crying. That kind of description to me is more accurate than what she's given. Just saying. Oh, yep, we saw that.
She sat outside with me most days, and Morella. She created like a little shrine where Fab used to sit and put a, I don't know if it was Monica or who did, somebody put a hat in his or so.
Don't believe that.
Till she started actually talking.
I don't
And
believe that
she
because
never
you have
really
witnesses
told
from the
me
business
what
that
happened.
Fabio
I
worked
heard it
at
from
that were
Jessica
there
and
the
Isabel.
very next day. And she was walking around talking, asking questions about the insurance. So for her to sit there and say, oh, she couldn't talk for at least a day or two, and she could, it's not true. She was talking.
Just
got there, or even the second or
Amen.
third day, was there
Thank you
ever
for
a
hanging.
time
Thank you for hanging.
that you
We'll get it
observed
fixed by Monday.
Monica conducting a tour of the crime scene, of the place where Fabio had been murdered, or talking about what had been found or not found by the police?
I never remember her doing anything of the sort.
Was there ever a time during that day that Morella got there that you observed Monica giving away Fabio's personal things?
The only time I saw my sister give anything away was the Rolex watch that Fab had on. She had told me that she wanted to give that to Luigi and wanted to make sure Luigi got that because Fabio would want his son to have that. And so she gave Luigi that. And the only other time I remember any talk of taking stuff that belonged to Fabio was when they were choosing what Fabio was going to wear in the casket. And they were deciding between suits, which suit should he wear, the red one, the blue one, the gray one, his favorite hat, how they called him Big Daddy. And at that time, I think my sister said to the nephews and Luigi, if you would like to take a piece of clothing or something to remember Fabio by, please go ahead and feel free to do so. She wasn't giving away his stuff. She was offering a memento for them to take back to Canada. If they
And
wanted
did you
something.
personally observe this?
Yes.
And did you observe any of Morella or any of her family members asking for any items that after she offered this?
They didn't ask, they just went in and they They came out. I think someone took a hat and someone took a scarf. Someone took a jacket. I really wasn't paying attention to what they took, but I know they did take stuff.
Okay. During the week after you got there, did you stay every night with Monica at the house?
Every night.
And during the day, were you there all the time with Monica?
All
or
day.
Did okay. Would she leave for any reason, for any period of time?
Not without me.
And during that week, was there anything you talked about her crying? Did you ever, was there anything unusual about her self-care or hygiene that you noticed that week?
We would try to force feed her because she wasn't eating, but she was drinking wine and she was smoking a lot. But we all were. I was, Morella was. We were all outside.
No, I don't believe that.
With her, and we all did the same thing.
At some point during that week, did you and Monica and Morella arrange for a funeral home?
We called around. We found a funeral home. We went, the three of us together, to pick out the casket. Morella picked out the blue one.
Okay.
Silver.
Someone please explain something to me. The daughter, her daughter, Monica Sementilli's daughter, got up on the stand and said that they cremated her father. Why are they doing a casket and all of that if he was cremated? And she was pissed because he didn't want to be cremated, and they did. So I want to see if we hear the word cremation come out of this woman's mouth. Otherwise, somebody's lying.
Metal one.
Was there a discussion while you were there about how Fabio would be buried, whether he would be buried or cremated?
When I was there, the only conversation that I remember having was my sister coming out. Luigi was present, Isabella, Jessica, Morella, myself, and Morella's mom, Maria. And Monica came out and said, your dad had always told me that he wanted to be cremated, but I don't know how you guys feel about it. So you're his children, you guys should decide. And they all decided that he should be cremated. And I remember this conversation because Fabio's mom, who had the dementia or Alzheimer's, I'm not sure which one.
I understand, honey, for a viewing, but here's the problem. The company that Fabio worked for spent $10,000+. They didn't pay shit. They didn't pay for any of the memorials. They didn't pay for the casket. They didn't pay for the headstone. They didn't pay for the viewing. And they sure in the hell did not pay the $10,000+ to transport the body and remains to Canada. And if they were going to cremate him, it would have been cheaper to cremate him. And there was no viewing. I don't know if there was. I don't think there was. But the company that he worked for spent over $300,000 in caring for Fabio's family by paying 6 months of salary and medical. And they also paid for all the memorials. They paid for her flight. They paid for her to go up to Canada. They paid for the body to go up to Canada. They paid for the kids to go up to Canada. They paid for everything under the sun because they loved Fabio that much and they thought he was unalived, not knowing that Monica had done it, or somebody Monica knew had done it. So that's why I'm kind of pissing and moaning over this. It's easy to waste other people's money.
She said to Morella in Italian, but maybe there's a needle that we could give.
Oh, please.
That could bring him back to life. And Morella said, oh, really, Mom? Okay. Daughter Vanessa was in medical school. And then she later said, no, Mom, there is no such needle. So now I remember the conversation about the cremation.
Did you ever hear during that whole time that you observed or heard this conversation, anyone say that Fabio would not want to be cremated?
Never.
And when you say, I think you referred to the children deciding whether he would hear during that conversation between when it was brought up and when it was decided.
See, that's what I'm talking about, honey. 2,800. What I don't understand is buying a casket when you rent, or you can rent a rental casket if a person is going to be cremated. They actually have some really nice caskets that they cremate with them. The end flips down and the cardboard insert. Exactly. I have seen plenty of these people pull out all the stops with tops, end caskets, etc., just to cremate them. It doesn't make sense, but people do. Well, but once again, it's easy. If you have a ton of money, do what you want. But they didn't pay a penny for this. The family paid nothing for the burial of Fabio. And 3 memorials, one at the house, one and Canada. Actually, they had the rest of the year, when they had conferences, they would hold a little honorarium memorial thing for Fabio. But the company, they probably forked out $500,000 on her easily, all said and done. It just aggravates me to no end.
Conversation about a disagreement or objection to Fabio being cremated?
I did not even know that was a thing, that anybody was upset about that. That never came up.
And when you say that never came up, even after that conversation?
Yes.
And then
that's right.
At the end of that week, Sunday, that's when the funeral home and viewing took place?
I believe it was a Sunday, yes.
Okay. And you all then went back for a wake or some kind of reception
They had already done. Someone said
Sementilli home?
Somebody said they can't do toxicology once cremated. They did all the testing before they released the body. All that had been done.
Correct.
And were you there?
Yes.
Can you tell us about Monica? Did she attend the viewing and at the funeral home?
Yes. So we all went to the funeral home together. It was the first time that we were going to see Fab. The casket was open. She was very distraught, crying. Jessie didn't want to look at the casket.
True, Gerald.
She did.
They did the autopsy and everything.
Everybody was very emotional. I walked my sister over to the casket. She placed her hand on Fab's shoulder. She said a few things. I don't remember exactly what she said. I love you. I miss you.
Y'all, we have some people.
Why did this happen?
We have people who just walked into this case, so they don't know that, yes, there was a full autopsy. There was a full toxicology done. Everything was done before they turned the body over. It was done pretty quickly. But the kids said that Fabio never wanted to be cremated, but she demanded. I mean, we're starting to see the inconsistency between her eldest daughter, the youngest one didn't testify, and this eldest son, which is not the son of Monica, that's from his first marriage, testified. So we're really starting to see some, this woman doesn't realize that she's trying to oversell this. And in doing so, she's impeaching herself or the other witnesses.
Happened to you,
So,
They're getting ready to break. It's almost 3:00.
Anything else
And-
that you recall?
no, because she was crying. Mumbling words,
The
crying.
comments are not just
Uh,
for you, it's for other people.
Then we left there.
Also
We
have
went
people
home.
X
The
and Facebook watching this. at the
people
same time.
came.
They're making
I went to call her. I told her, okay, people
time and making the same
are
comment.
coming. You need to get up. And she got up and got dressed but like wore running shoes, and I don't even remember what she wore, but it was nothing fancy. She was dressed.
One more day, y'all. 1 or 2 more days and we'll have all this fixed. Again, my apologies again.
Got dressed and came out.
When you got home with Monica, was the reception already being set up? You mentioned about tables and
Yeah, they were setting up tables and chairs, and there were some people around from the restaurant or a caterer getting stuff ready.
do you know who made those arrangements or who organized it?
I think it was the company, Wella or Cody, and with maybe Morella suggested it. I don't know. I know I didn't suggest it, but they did, and they had this company come in, and they did a wonderful job.
Why do you think Morella
You're so
suggested
right.
it or might have suggested it?
Well, I only
this thing.
Did you see Morella during this day or in the previous days interacting in any way with Fabio's company to make arrangements for any reception?
yes. At this time, Morella
So,
Morella was busy writing
Thank
the
you, sweet
obituary. And
Magnolia
she
15. I
asked us
appreciate
what we
that.
think
I really
about
do.
this obituary. She was busy calling
I have
Toronto,
no
trying to
idea
make
who the last
arrangements in
one is.
Toronto. She booked a hall in Toronto to have this ginormous party for when Fabio had his viewing in Toronto. She was dealing with the menu.
See how much they're talking about viewing, menu, big hall, dinner. Are you throwing a wedding? And the company is paying for 100% of this, y'all.
With Fab's co-workers, she had them drive her and her family back and forth from the hotel to the house, back to the hotel at night. And I didn't think this was a problem until Alicia, Fabio's personal assistant, came to me.
this thing.
Was there something unusual that made you think it was a problem at some point that occurred?
Yes, because
I'll hear it. It's overruled.
Yes, because Alicia, Fabio's assistant, came to me and said that Morella's being a little bit too demanding and she'd rather deal with me because I seem more calm.
That's sustained.
But Monica is always demanding. Monica, nothing was good enough. Monica wanted to spend the money. Everything had to be a production with Monica. And I understand that was Fabio's life. Everything was a production in the business because that's what he was supposed to do. He put on the productions. But Monica turned his death into a production. And I do know from previous testimony with the company, they were going, this is a little bit much. Monica didn't pay a
Did
penny.
you learn that
They paid,
members of
sorry, they paid for her hotel, they paid for the taxis, they paid for the food, they paid for everything.
Fabio's company believed that Morello was being demanding about arranging for things?
Sustained.
Did you come to understand that?
Haley Mouse, I don't care if they can afford it. If it was on somebody who truly they did it out of the kindness of their heart, but even they said she was getting a little demanding. Number one, I didn't notice, but these line up with the eyes. That's kind of creepy. Kind of like, excuse me, allergies. But I don't care if they can't afford it. It's not right. They're setting a precedence, and she's taking advantage of kindness. And I understand they set it up in their policies that if anything like this should ever happen again, they will do the same thing to a point. But what bothers me with Monica is she was involved in the unaliving, and then she's playing this grieving widow, but at the same time, she's treating it like a production of a hair show. It's the attitude. It's not whether Willa can afford it or not. And I believe she frauded them. If she's guilty, she frauded Willa.
Alicia Truesdale believed that
exactly
that Morello was being demanding? Same objection.
It's the same thing, counsel. Sustained.
Thank you.
I would have been so humble.
Ma'am, at some point during the week between Fabio's death and this reception, did any members of Fabio's company come to the house to speak with Monica?
Yes, I should point out that during that whole week, it was a revolving door at Monica and Fab's house. There were lots of people coming and going, but from
It is not responsive.
Were you there that whole
Stricken.
Were you there that whole week?
Yes.
And you were there both during the day and into the evenings?
Yes.
And at some point, did you see and meet members of Fabio's company who came to the house?
Yes.
Do you remember which day they came to the house?
No.
And when they came over, who came over?
Henry from HR, Alicia Truesdale, and there was another
With that.
woman, but I don't remember.
And I may lose you again. My internet
His boss,
is it's
Sal,
wigging out.
and his wife.
They are working on, but I also may have a virus. Hattie Mouse said they were spending it on him when it comes to the funeral stuff. They loved him and he was their employee. I have no problem with that. But to have a party in a big facility after the memorial and providing food as if it was a wedding, that's where I have the issue. If the company, oh, Haley Mouse, love you, bye. If the company wanted to do it, they would plan it. They would set everything up and they would say, okay, we're having this. You are an honored guest. But that's not what happened. She planned it all. She made the decisions. That is where I have the issue. And expected them to pay for it. And they did. True, but in this case, he was stabbed and all but
to her in private.
Okay, before he spoke to her in private, had you ever heard your sister ask about what she was getting from Fabio's benefits or life insurance prior to the time Fabio's benefits or life
You
insurance
hit the nail on the
prior to
head.
the time that these folks came over from the company?
No, I did not.
And when they came over from the company, Sal and Henry, did you sit down with Monica and Sal or Henry from the company?
No, I never sat down with them.
Okay. At some point during the time they were there, did anyone ask to speak to Monica privately?
Henry asked to speak to Monica privately.
Okay. And that was the same day he came over?
Yes.
And did you observe what Monica did in response to Henry asking to speak to her privately?
They went to her bedroom and they spoke privately in there.
At any time while they were meeting, did you or Morella go into the bedroom and sit with them?
No.
At any time while Henry or Sal were there, did you and Morella go into the living room or dining room and sit with Henry and Monica?
I believe we were already sitting at the dining room table when Henry and Monica came out.
Before Henry and Monica went in, was there ever a discussion in front of you and Morella with Monica present about life insurance or benefits or stock options or anything like that?
No, no.
Do you have a distinct memory of that?
I don't actually. I remember him coming out, and I don't remember Monica ever asking anything. I remember Henry coming out and saying he took good care of. Well, we're going to take good care of her.
And after they came out, did you learn for the first time that the company was offering to continue Fabio's salary for 6 months?
Correct. I knew they were going to pay up until June.
Okay. How did you learn that?
I think it might have been Henry that told me.
And that was after they came out of the room?
Yes.
At that same day, was there ever a time that you heard any discussion of stock options or life insurance from Henry or anyone else at the company?
No.
And did at any time during that day ever say anything about her wanting a lawyer because she thought she would be,
Hey,
might be
June.
screwed?
June, thank you so much.
Absolutely not.
Oh, I thought you were done for the. No, he did
Ever
not.
during that day?
He did not testify. We are on the first defense witness. On the first defense witness. This is stuff.
Day that the company members were there ever bring up the subject of getting a lawyer?
No.
Did you return with Monica after the wake to Canada?
Yes. I didn't return with her. I came the next day.
So returned
And
early.
when did she return?
You didn't even
She
stay for
returned
the
on
entire wake.
Were you there during the rest of the wake on the 29th, Monica?
Wake?
Yeah.
Get up. Furniture.
Thanks for hanging, guys.
Was there a time that you observed Monica?
Hey, Mike. Maybe. Stop it, computer.
Or have
So they were standing there. It looked to me like he was whispering something to her, but she was not answering. I said, "Hi, are you coming to the back?" And they said, "Yes, we're coming." And then I went into the kitchen and I told my mom, "Keep an eye out, make sure she comes." I don't like that guy. There's something going on. And so she got Morella and they went inside.
Okay. When you say that you observed them go out, what did you mean by that? Outside?
Yeah. So he came in through the front door. I said, "Hi, how are you? Are you coming out to the patio?" And they said, "We'll be there in a minute." So I walked out to the patio. Deborah saw Rob, said, "I don't like that guy." And then she went to go talk to Morella and they both went inside. I went outside.
How long was this whole period, if you remember?
To be honest, I don't remember, but it wasn't very long.
Okay. And did you ever see your mom confront Rob?
I saw my mom come out and say to him, "I'm a friend and I'm consoling her."
And was there any other discussion that you heard?
I think at one point my mom told him to leave.
Did he leave?
Not right away.
Okay. What did he do?
I think he came out to the fire pit and opened a beer.
Did you see him do that?
That's pretty gutsy
I saw
when
him
someone
open the
tells you to
beer.
leave in their family and
Where
you
was
don't.
Monica at this time?
Ballsy.
Sitting beside me on the red couch, the red patio couch.
That night, did you stay with Monica?
Yes.
And did you stay in the same room that night?
Yes.
And can you describe for us Monica's demeanor before you went to bed? Do you remember what time you both went to sleep?
I don't remember what time it was, but I know that she was physically exhausted. She sat on the edge of the bed. I went into the bathroom to wash my face and get ready for bed. And when I came out, she was sitting on the edge of the bed, hysterically crying. I ran in, got her some toilet paper because I couldn't find a box of tissues. I grabbed toilet paper, brought out a roll. We sat on the edge of the bed. I hugged her. I told her the hard part's over. You know, now we'll get through this together. I'm here for you. She said, "I just want to sleep so that he can come to me in my dreams. I want to see him in my dreams."
And then the next day or the day after, Monica flew back with Fabio's body. They shipped Fabio back to Canada for his burial?
Yes.
Okay. And Monica went earlier than you went back, or?
No, we went together.
You went together
Yes.
back to Canada. And then there was a burial in Canada, and Monica and the girls were all there for that?
There was a viewing in Canada, and then I don't know what you mean by burial. They put the ashes in a tomb.
Okay.
Yes.
And that was a Sementilli family member who had offered.
Yes, she very graciously offered the temporary use of a crypt, I guess you call it, a tomb.
Okay. Now, the next time you were with Monica and Fabio and Monica's daughters was when you flew back to Los Angeles in February?
Correct. I left the very next day, February 9th.
Okay. And you again stayed with with Monica and Jessica and Bella?
Yes.
Okay. And during that trip in February 9th, how were you there for more than a couple of days, or were you there for an extended period?
I was there until family day which in Canada,
you're-
I think that year was the 20th.
So you were there from February 9th
You got
to the 20th?
Correct.
picture.
And you stayed at the house the whole time?
Yes.
Were you with Monica throughout that period?
Yes.
And that was during the day and in the evenings?
Correct.
Okay. And during that period, was there ever a time that Monica Sementilli brought up the subject of life insurance or stock options or money benefits having to do with what Fabio had at his company?
Monica told me that Fab did not have a will, and I suggested that she seek an estate lawyer.
You suggested to her that she seek an
Correct.
estate lawyer.
And I said, that's why I'm here to help you go through all these things. We could
Okay.
figure it out together.
And how did she respond to that suggestion?
She said she didn't know any estate lawyers. So then I said to her, well, how about you call your chartered accountant, Joel, and ask him if he knows any estate lawyers, which we did. And he did. And he recommended Jeff Sidney.
Did you go with her to that? Well, did she ever make an appointment?
Yeah, she made an appointment and I went with her to the appointment. I did not go in the room, although she did invite me in the room. I said, no, that's your personal financial information. I don't need to know that. I'm here if you need me.
Was there ever a time during that trip that Jeff Sidney or any attorney came to the house to speak to Monica?
From what I recall, we just went to his office. I don't recall any other lawyer coming to the house.
And did you ever go to any more appointments with the lawyer?
I believe it was just that one time, and then he started the paperwork because Fab didn't have a will to go through probate or something like that. And then there were phone calls, but I don't believe we went there again.
During that first week you were there and when you came back on the 9th, did you personally observe Monica ever?
Yes, Monica would call the detectives in front of me. On one occasion, that first week, I called Detective Parshna.
That's not me, y'all.
There's no question.
Going on with the case, and we still had no leads. And they asked her, well, what's going on with the insurance? And she said, I don't have any answers. And that was it. Most of the night, we talked about Fab, memories of Fab. Remember the time when? We talked about where they were, Monica and Fab were planning to go, or where they would have liked to go together. And we had said to my sister, okay, in time, we will all go together to those places.
After Fabio's death, when you were with Monica on the 1 month anniversary and before in February, did you start coming to Los Angeles regularly?
Sorry, can you repeat the dates? When?
After, let's say March 2nd, when you were up there, did you leave March 2nd did Monica leave March 2nd or the next day?
I'm not sure when she left because
Okay.
she came down it was a short trip, that one, just for the mass. So I think she left within a few days of that night. And the next time I saw her, my daughter went in March break. And I believe I saw her Monica came back to Toronto for Easter.
Yeah, she didn't have a problem traveling all over the.
She came back for
Vegas,
Easter.
going back
She came
to
back
Canada.
for.
She didn't have a problem going back to Canada for Easter and paying for it herself. She didn't have a problem going to Las Vegas with her girls, i.e. the boyfriend, and paying for it, but she did get discounts because of the company connections, but boo. Greedy little
The
win.
Lifetime Achievement Award that Fab received, that she was accepting in his honor in the first
They
weeks of
flew her
June.
up for that. They paid for that.
And then she was arrested.
Company.
And then she was arrested like 2 days after that.
Ma'am, you and your sister, when you were not visiting Los Angeles, would you continue to talk or text on a regular basis?
Yes.
In any of the text messages you had with Monica, did she ever complain about life insurance or not getting money?
I mean, there was a time when I would ask her about, well, how come you're not getting your money? Did you get your life insurance yet? And she would say, no, I don't know what's taking so long. And I would tell her, well, that's not right. Like, what's taking so long? You should find out. Why don't you call the police and ask them? I said that. My mom said that. My husband Grant told her that. Marco told her that. Morella told her that. We couldn't understand why she wasn't receiving this life insurance policy. And at that time, we also knew that Fab's company was going to stop paying, giving his salary to them. So my sister didn't have a job. How are they going to live in that house and pay for all their bills?
It's called get a damn job, sell the house, downsize, and be a responsible adult. That's what it's called. So many people every day go through exactly that. Their loved one, their spouse dies unexpectedly, and they all seem to figure it out. Why can't you? Oh, because you want to be a kept hoe. Yes, she's pissing me off.
You ever at any time see Monica or learn that Monica had been going on any kind of spending spree or buying things that were ridiculously out of character for Monica in purchases of any physical items?
After Fab died?
Yes.
The only thing that I thought was out of the ordinary was when she purchased or financed her car. At the time when she told me, I didn't see the car. She just told me that she leased or financed Ford Mustang, which is not unusual because we all love Mustangs. It was my first car. Fab loved Mustangs. Monica loved Mustangs. When they moved to California, Fab purchased an old red Mustang for Monica to drive around, which was later passed down to his daughter, Jessica. So the fact that it was a Mustang didn't bother me.
Did you come to know that Monica had any issue with Fab's truck, Ford 150?
Yes, I think it was in February when I was there that we were dealing with the Porsche situation, trying to sell that and to try to figure out what she wanted to do with his F-150.
Okay. And did you personally learn what Monica was wanting to do with the F-150?
Sustained.
Did Monica ever talk to you about what she wanted to do with the F-150? Did you learn at some point that Monica was unable to keep the lease on the Ford 150?
Still a rule in that ground, but it is hearsay. Sustained.
Did you ever know what happened to the Ford 150?
Yes.
What happened?
Well, objection. It's going to be based on hearsay.
That's right. Were you there? Were you present when the
Did you
Ford
personally
F-150 was
learn
returned?
that from any interaction with Monica about the Ford 150?
Sustained.
Bill.
When you learned that Monica had purchased a Mustang, did you learn ever that she had purchased any other vehicle?
No.
Did you learn at some point that Bella had been in a traffic accident?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you understand had happened in Bella's traffic accident?
All I remember was that her.
Sustained.
Where did you learn this from?
My sister.
Okay.
Hearsay.
There's no question.
Ms. Crescenti, did there come a time that you spoke to Morella Rota or her common law husband, Marco, about life insurance?
Yes.
Did there come a time when Marco reached out to you personally and your husband to discuss his concerns about life insurance?
Yes.
When was that?
I believe it was in May.
Okay. And tell me about what happened.
He called me.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our adjournment this time. So
11:30.
tomorrow at 9 o'clock, the evidence applies.
So they are running 30
minutes
minutes delayed.
Until the cause is finally submitted to you. Have a good
Okay,
evening.
that's good. Okay, bueno, bye. Oh, that's right. There it is. Okay. My book. You can see my book. So yeah, let's talk about the pickup real quick because some of you who are just hopping into the middle of the case don't know what's going on. He had a Ford F-150. He leased it right after he died. After the buried and they come back, she tried to get rid of it. She goes to the dealership and talks to one of the dealers and wanted to know how much is owed on it. It is a leased situation. Where do we stand? I want to get rid of it. And they said, well, why do you want to get rid of it? And she goes, because my husband was killed in it. And I'm like, no, he wasn't. He wasn't anywhere near the truck when he was unalived. He was on the back porch, sitting in his favorite chair. And the picture has, we accidentally saw on day one, the unedited photo of him kind of standing up and slunched over with blood everywhere on the table in the chair that he loved to sit at and smoke a cigar outside the house. Nowhere in or now near the car was he ever unalived. And she said he was unalived in it. But the problem is, if he was unalived in it, it would have been evidence and there would be holes in the material. There would be a residue of red liquid everywhere. There would have been matter everywhere. That car would have been torn up and would still probably be in evidence. Or they could have released it. But the point is, it wouldn't be in the condition it was. And they talked to her about money and whatnot, and she didn't do anything that day. She came back a month later and got a different person, a woman. And that saleswoman, she told her a totally different story. I'm trying to recall. What did she tell her? Can't remember what it was, but she didn't. Something like, well, her husband had died. She just wanted to get rid of the car. But I don't remember what she said now. It just escaped my brain. But it was not the same story. Oh, the car would have stayed in impound lot until after the trial, maybe even longer. Honey boo, are you a lawyer? Because I like you. Yes, you are right most of the time. Sometimes, but for this case, I think you are right. Hold on a sec, yo. So anyway, they and I agree with you, that's the usual cause. But the whole thing is that she lied. Oh, that's what it was. She said that her children have decided they don't want it. They wanted it. That's why she didn't come. When she came in the first time, she didn't sell it then. But they decided, we don't want it. Go ahead and get rid of it, Mom. So that's what they do. Oh, that's true. You're right. But sometimes they will release a vehicle, very rarely, but they can. So anyway, she's sitting there. Telling them that her children decided to go ahead and sell the car and get her another car. And so she rolls everything in and she convinces the dealership, because of the sad story, to forego the couple of months left on the lease. So they were going to eat that cost. and she picked out this Ford Mustang. But it wasn't just picking out any Ford Mustang. It was a $60,000 car. And when you go and you purchase a car and then they come back and they go, well, we have all these add-ons. You get the oil change for life for this amount. You get extra warranty. You can change the rims. You can change the interior, whatever the add-ons or extra purchases you want. She went in and took every single extra purchase, and it was approximately $6,700 additional charges. And she told them that his life insurance money had come in, and it had not. And she had told them that the life insurance money had came in, and that's why she wouldn't do this. Now, at the time, Mr. Baker was with her, and she said, come on, why don't you drive it? And he goes, no, I'll do it later. You know, he didn't really want to have anything to do with it. He was just kind of like there because he drove her there and whatever. So this whole scenario around the car is the truck to me is crazy, because it's already been shown that she first told one person he was unalived in the car, and then she came back to the second person and said the kids thought they wanted it but changed their mind, and they had nothing to do with it. So that's where we are, and that's where she is in this testimony. She will be back on the stand tomorrow morning, 11:30 our time. 11 o'clock they will start, and we'll get the 30-minute delay, which I can appreciate because something happens, they have a way to control it. But tomorrow morning I will go to go get the lab work and stuff done, and then tomorrow afternoon at 2:30 I will leave you up and running. God, I hope the internet works. If it doesn't, I'll just come back after my appointment and pick up where we left off. But thank you guys, everybody, for joining me. I want to thank again Haley. I keep wanting to call you Haley Mouse Honey 2800 for your super chat. Thank you so much. And June, you're so generous. You've been so kind to me. I think this is your 21st something, either membership or super chat. So thank you so very much. Yesterday you hit 20. And so you gifted 5 memberships. So thank you so very much. We greatly love and appreciate you. I will be tonight. I got a test that I should have started at 5, but I can take it anytime between now and midnight. He opened it up until midnight. So yay. So be in prayer for me, guys. I got 100 question final exam that I got to take in about a few minutes as soon as we hang up. So tomorrow, please join me again. I appreciate you. The jokes were fun today. We can maybe do it another day. I like doing fun things during downtime. Okay. Be safe. Love your families. Hug your children and hubby or wife. And remember, if you're out and about and you see someone having a bad day, just show them a little love, give them a smile, give them a nod, acknowledge them, because that may be the only kindness they got all day. Okay? We'll see you later. Bye-bye. Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.